Hello, everyone. Oh, okay, something broke here. Give me a few seconds. Whoopsie. I knew there was something I was forgetting. There was also something else I was forgetting, so I'm gonna quickly run those ads while we wait for my model to boot up here. It's one of those days, chat. But, Scuffs and True. Alright, there we go. Ads are running. I apologize to anyone who's just coming in. You're not gonna miss much. I'm just doing my little pre-stream setup here. There we go. Alright, there. I'm spawned in now, chat. We're good. Take that little blueprint off. Live chat's there. We're all good. Alright, I think we fixed everything. Oh, 1 second. There we go. Now I fixed everything. I was like, why isn't my model tracking? It's because my model wasn't looking at me. That would explain it, in fact. Or my camera wasn't looking at me. Gotta work this stuff out of the system. So true. So true. Alright. Alrighty. Let us see. Hello, Cruiser. How's it going? Yeah, so who came in today? We had Emfrey Lee first, obviously. I did see that today. Followed by Maddie. Good to see you. Cringe, Quarry, Tier, Xena, and Koidzor. Nice. Good to see you guys. It's good to go. Cringe. Good to see you. Joe Obama. Yeah, the cup with Joe Obama did make me laugh. But yeah, I'm glad to see everyone's having a good day. Necro and Cruiser, welcome in as well. Hope you guys are doing well. So, let's talk about the CC today, shall we? Because Quarry and I have been kind of cooking last night. And for once, it wasn't... That's not an allegory for me to just say, oh, Quarry was cooking last night. No, I actually helped, chat. Alright, let me go download that file from Quarry, because I know he sent it back to me already. Ooh, sorry, just my music guy just managed to send me the last track that I need. Alright, there we go. What else do we have? Here we go. Alright. Let's get some music playing while we're at it, shall we? It's a little bit too quiet here. Alright, where is... That's the wrong button. What is a CC? Yeah, sorry. Custom campaign, or CCs in the FTD community, is pretty much... it's like when you use your own designs to build a campaign instead of just using the default in-game designs. I haven't worked on one for the longest time because I was working on the in-game designs, but now that I'm still working a lot on in-game designs, but as in-game gets a little bit more complete, I've been pivoting to my own styles as well, so that I can just take a break, because I've been working on the in-game designs for almost 10 years now. Or 3 years officially, and that's the 7 years before that, all I would build was fan builds. So I wanted to do a different style for myself. Anyway, there we have the music going. We're going to be listening to some nice Zelda vibes today, chat. Interested to see how the CC is going? Hell yeah, well, we're going to get that set up here in just a moment, I promise. God, okay, menu. I need you to calm down, jeez. They take a lot of work, not gonna lie. Yeah, they do. Also, John, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you've been well. We demand delicious rocks for noms. What do you mean? It's it's one of those days. But yeah, so custom campaign is kind of like a personalized mod for this game. So instead of going against the regular campaign vehicles, you'd go against vehicles that you design. Will we get roast later or not? Is it Monday, Necro? We do roast at the end of every FTD segment. It's how it's been for the last 6 months now, I want to say. So, alright, so I need to quickly transfer over the Kurokami. There we go. Every time I open my downloads, fucking Syrup, he sent me the Quispy meme, and so I downloaded it because it's a fantastic meme. But I haven't put it into my memes folder yet, so it's just in my downloads. Oh, I was also doing some work on some White Flare stuff, so might see that later too. Alrighty, let's see where we got with this. Oh, I see you got it flying. Nice, okay, cool. Silver Snow. Ooh, okay. I see how you did down here. Interested. So I was aiming for more of a catwalk style. Like I wanted to have like the catwalk kind of like how the Avatar airship had it. Yeah, what's up? Maid outfit model is when it's done. That's the simplicity of it. Like, maid outfit will be debuted when it's ready. I'm still talking with the artist. I just have one more fin from the artist, and then she can start on the maid outfit itself. But, yeah, we're pretty much just waiting. Like, that's just in the works. It's just one of those fins. But it's going to take a while. Okay, I like the way you did up front here. You kept the side here. What does that say? Free space? Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, because I'm probably going to put, like, the, you know, like a giant Silver Snow Shogunate symbol here. Alongside the engines, kind of like how the Fire Nation airship has it. I might want to redo... Okay, I like the launch rails for the planes. I'm just not sure if... Yeah, I feel like I'd want more catwalks alongside those rails. Not sure how I feel about this front part either. Feels a little bit too flimsy compared to the rest of it. I think conceptually about where it's going. That's cool. No, now I'm getting ideas. Holy airship content. I know, right? It's based off the Fire Nation airship that is used in the final season for the Phoenix Skin arc. So, we can't hear Forsen. You can't hear Forsen? Okay, 1 second. Also, Orange, hello. How's it going? Good to see you. Tons of familiar faces. Henry, good to see you as well. Let me just quickly fix Forsen so y'all can hear him. There you go. I didn't know you gotten so much progress done on the airship. Yeah, Corey and I cooked on it the last few days. Just trying to decide if I like this part. I think I like this part here.
Rustin,
yeah,
I have a message from the field, :3.
There we go. :3 is always the test. Gantry soon. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I see how you have this planned out. Yeah, okay, I see this. Alright. There aren't flamethrowers, I'd be mildly disappointed. Ah, yes, the ice faction will have flamethrowers. Stares in camera. No, we're not going to be putting flamethrowers on the ice faction. There you go, we can hear him now. Okay. I love it, :3 is always the test to make sure we can hear him. No, he's surprisingly stable at 300 meters of altitude. Curious. Alright, I think visually I'm pretty... Here, let's get rid of the planes for now. Oh, it's above us. I was gonna say, where did it go? So if we get rid of the planes, because the planes do add like quite a bit of shape into it, which you don't want from the outside. Yeah, I like the launch rails. I think I want to see some catwalks in between them. Maybe that's just me, though. I like the way you did the boilers here. It's funny, though, because the boiler for the engine is probably going to be up here alongside where like these smokestacks are. Because I'm going to have these as a bunch of exhaust areas, right? So, I think what we'll do is we might, I might reshape a lot of down here. Like, keep this part up here. I like this. I think this is interesting and cool. And then, get rid of the boilers back here so they can go on the sides up here. You know what I mean? Based cold chat, true. I will say the way these planes are kind of just dangling there seems weird. I think they feel too big for the carrier. Yeah, they probably do. But, it's like any carrier in FTD. I'm not going to go like, you know, thousands over volume just to make it proportional. I think the carrier's probably going to get bigger. That's true as well. Because keep in mind, we don't even have the front segment. Like, there's going to be an entire ice-shaped figurehead up here. And there's going to be the entire apparatus plus the engines on the sides, right? So, because if you look at the image, let me see if I can... Can I grab that image, actually? Can I just save that to blueprints? I can. Huge. Alright. I fucking love Zelda music. It's so good. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got here, okay? So if you look at the image, you can see here how, like, I think I kind of want... Oh, sorry. You guys can't see my mouse right now, but you can see how you have the massive engine on the side. SMH Shogun invest in 10 ice creams for another airship. But yeah, so you can see the massive, like, engine apparatus on the side. And I think where the fire emblem symbol is, I'll put like a sideways turret, I think. And then we'll do some like bomb gantries off the catwalks down below. Because I think you're right, but maybe the rails aren't the right idea. We'll maybe take the rails off. Because to be fair, Corey and I were just working back and forth on it in order to get an idea, right? So yeah, I think because I'll show. Where's the one I had? Where is my? Yeah, let's restart the designer. I was gonna say, where did I put the test platform? All right. Hello. Okay, game. We're gonna have to talk about this game. There we go. Oh, there goes the planes. They're free. I do love these planes, though. Also, I was talking with Corey about maybe changing these planes out to be a bit different. There we go. Why do I not have the fortress controller on this? I thought I had one. Hello? Alright, where is the fortress controller? There we go. Alright. Oh, get him. There we go, okay. Thank you. Alright, so we'll race it out of the ground here. Because we want to kind of get the same angle, right? The reference image is still governed on the screen? Yeah, I know. That's intentional. Because I want to get the same angle here and then do this. Alright. So if you look at this, right, like, there's a lot more... Thank you, camera, very cool. So if you look at it like this, there's a lot more catwalk on the reference image that I think I want to use. And, for that attachment, I don't know, I feel like if you make the rails big enough, it's fine. But I think what we'll do is we put the rails at the end of the catwalks. Because I don't think the rails are a bad idea, I just think, like, I want to flesh out the design more. God, Avatar designers went hard with the rails. I know, right? It's insane. And, like, the Everfinish, the Fire Nation, like, airship is a lot more solid, whereas we have this, like, little gap. I don't think I want any gaps here. And Corey, obviously, if you want to redesign your take on it too, like, you know, no worries there, but... Because I think I did one a little bit more closely to, Did I save it, though, is the question. Okay, I didn't save all of it. Because I was working on some of it the other night. And I was trying to figure out how to get that solid look without, like, you know, compromising Silver Snow look. So I think I might go back that direction, honestly. And just see how that goes. One second, I'm just gonna blow my nose. Alright, there we go. But yeah, so I think that's probably where I'm gonna... Yeah, I think I'll probably continue off mine. But the other thing I wanted to do today was I actually wanted to build a new plane as I was talking more about stuff. Because I realized that while I like the Yumi, it doesn't really fit as a fighter, does it? Like, this definitely feels more like a torpedo bomber to me, you know what I mean? So what I might do is I might rename this one to the Yari, or like after a type of spear that was used a lot in Japan. And what I'll do is I will create a monoplane fighter, but with the curved wings, kind of like a Corsair. I think it's the Corsair from World War II, at least, that had the Corsair plane. No, it wasn't. No, it was the Corsair. Yeah, it was the Corsair that had the bent wings. And then, because that way we'll get the similar, like, imagery to how we have it here, you know what I mean? And I think that could be really cool as the fighter. Free engine really makes it look not like a fighter. Well, the thing is, even with the monoplane version, is still going to have the wind engines. I think the wind tip engines are kind of, like, a good part of the style that I want to keep. Because this one was obviously based off the Equalist biplane from Legend of Korra. So now we have to expand upon that idea, right? Corsair, woo! Also, I still need to finish this sometime and I go through and actually do everything. Like, for example, I don't think we need these rins here. Where's this mimic hidden? Yeah, I think we only need one of them. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I like that a little bit better. There we go. Also, why is Zelda music so good, honestly? I will always be amazed by how good it is. There we go. Okay. So we do that. That breaks up the texture a little bit. It still feels a little bit too blue. Also, that cone I feel like isn't expanded enough. So I might
Preston,
have to
have a
fix
message
that.
from the field. Corsair is 100% the all-time most peak fighter design of World War II, and I refuse to believe otherwise. Hashtag justice for MaboFF for U4B.
All right, that's good to know, Force. I didn't know you were so passionate about the Corsair. All right. So the question I have is, how do we translate the Corsair into our current design? Philosophy, right? Because I'm looking at it. Oh, I'm gonna have to do some really Oh, you're not gonna like the Corsair when I'm done with it, cringe. Hey driver, how's it going? Hey Pota, gabagool. Oh, Potat, either you or Carson will have to be stealing soon to work on an airship. How's the build going? It's going pretty good today. I'm just working on a custom plane. We're gonna be basing the fighter in the same style, but we're gonna be a little funky with it, you know. But yeah, because I need I have an airship that I need smoothed out, and I was gonna ask you for your help on it. All right, how did we do this? Oh, okay, I see how you did this. Interesting. Well, that makes my job easier, at least. You get 20 minutes? Well, no, it won't be right now. It'll be later, like, probably later this week. Counterpoint, just look at the Late War Spitfire. Oh, Kibble and Bricks, thank you for the save your vehicle and the hydrate. This isn't the vehicle we're working on today. Actually, we did do some work on this, so I guess I could save it. But we're gonna start a new one. I'm just taking a look at how... I think I want similar dimensions. Like 28 by 13, I feel like was pretty good. I'm just trying to decide... Oh, it's not by 13 because technically the winds do go out further because they're on spin blocks. How did I do down here? Oh, I see how this is done. Oh, okay, I see how this is done. Yeah, we'll just do something similar to this then. With the square corners going up and down, that'll be fine. Meowdy Grove Up. Welcome in, Squeebles. How's it going? Wow, we're getting there. I have like waves of people coming in today. It's good to see you guys. Oh, I know. You still get 20 minutes. Oh, no. Prefer how the early Corsairs look to the later ones. Yeah, that's a good plane size. Question, would you be interested in playing Repo or board games with me? Yeah, I'd be down for Repo. We play Repo pretty frequently in the Discord, actually. I don't know if you're in there, Kibbles. But, I've been really enjoying Repo lately. So, I am down to play it with people. Alright. Chat, the question is, in order to keep the style, do I put the box tail on the Corsair, even though it's going to be a monoplane? With the engines on the winds? You free Sunday? Sunday, no. I'm free Tuesdays to Thursdays. Those are my most free days, because those are the days I take off from streaming. Otherwise, I usually have a stream schedule. If it's in the evening, then sure, because then I can just, like, I can do my stream, and then afterwards I can join in someone else's, but... I mean, I'm gonna steal so much random shit. Repo, more Repo. Hotel, I think the issue is that we normally start Repo in the Discord at, like, 7 a.m. your time. Fuck it, wind tip engine on a monoplane? That's what I'm saying. Those are the days I don't stream? Yeah, we can always play it off stream too, I don't mind. Unless you meant you wanted it for stream. Alright, let's get started on this. Also, it feels so weird using alloy for something. I'm still not used to using alloy, even though I made my own design use it. I think, obviously, what we do is, I guess we can make the sides here, so... God, there's so much... I think I'm gonna steal the engine from the Yari. I mean, box ends wouldn't be near the wackiest design in early aviation. That's true. I did notice accidentally that I've turned, my custom came into like a World War I-esque alt, tech. I guess it's 100% evidence? Okay. If it's evidence, then yeah, Sunday I can do. Just remind me on Sunday. She'll wake up 7 a.m. my time. Yeah, because we start around... What is it? Carson, Monkey Man, and I... Because, like, yeah, because normally Monkey Man will stay up with us, and he's in the same time zone. Or he's an hour ahead of you, so... Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand European time zones. The North American mind cannot comprehend the European time zone. Roar being alloy-phobic again. Look, it's just I'm not used to using it, okay? I'm not... I have nothing against alloy, I just don't support the alloy technology style, you know? Alright. So, the issue right here I'm thinking of right now is I can do a similar cockpit to how I did on the... over here, but... There's, we're gonna have to change how the side profile looks, I think. Because obviously it's not gonna be a biplane, so... Shaz demanded I stream, they're holding my cookie emote hostage. How do you hold an emote hostage? What? That's crazy. Alright, let's do this. I think it is just... Because I want to keep the fuselages as similar as possible, because you kind of want it to be modular. Okay, yeah, that is just a 4 meter into a... To a 1... Oh, I see, Chad, I see. Okay, easy, nice. There we go. Alright. Now, actually, we could probably make that... I don't know if we're going to have anything inside, because where are we going to put the gun on those two? That's another question I need to ask. Because, like... I guess on spin blocks and the winds could work, but... I don't know, I'm not used to... I want to have it be, Oh, do I want it to have it be plasma or APS? I feel like APS would be way easier. Plasma is probably too small a craft to generate it. Maybe underwind? Yeah, maybe. Unless we have an energy share with its carrier. But then it won't be able to do independent operations, and that's gonna suck. Gun pod under the fuselage? Oh, maybe. Diff Hesh pulls? Okay, but Silver Snow, does Silver Snow even use Hesh? Because I think we agreed that Silver Snow mostly uses, was it either railguns or like rail assisted? I forget. We had some type of rules for it, but it was really silly. Oh, like good, but have you considered a pleek? Ah, yes, I'll build the entire plane out of a pleek. Gun internals in hull with fire and pieces on the wind might be an idea. Keep in mind though, we don't have a lot of room inside the hull, right? So, I'll figure it out. In the meantime, ooh, I like the way Corey did this cockpit, so I'm gonna steal this idea. So what is that? That is a 4 meter inverted into a 1 meter into a 2 meter into a 1 meter slope. There we go. And then up here, we grab this. Let's do a 3 meter here, just to make it look a little bit sleeker than the... Actually, we'll do a 4 meter. Make it look sleeker than how the other one looks, right? Because it's a fighter. It's not a torpedo bomber. Because yeah, that uses a 2 meter there. So we'll be silly and we'll use a 4 meter to make it look sleek, you know? And then I think over here, we leave the 1 space gap followed into with the 2 meter. Do something like this. There we go. Swordfish 2 style gunpowder can also look cool and funky if you're going less realistic. It's not necessarily about realistic, I just want it to look plausible. Like, this biplane looks plausible. I'm really happy with how it turned out. And I still need to add ice onto it, but like, it looks like an early aviation design, right? Which is what I'm going for. It's based off the Equalist biplane from Legend of Korra. But it could be a lover, not a fighter. Also, I just realized we can't do, that's funny, Kibble. But, I just realized we can't do the idea with, like, components into fuselage, because it's going to be on a spin block on the wing. Plasma does require support in the form of energy generation and storage, but how dense the gun itself is, I think it evens out for total volume. Yeah, I think plasma might be an idea, John. Because I'm looking at this, right? And I think, honestly, we give it some generation so it can do an independent operation in quotation marks. But I think we're just going to have to accept that it's going to be mostly a carrier fighter anyway. Atlanta-style ships would be cool. Yeah, we've already fleshed out most of the factions, Kibble. So I'm not so worried about that. It's just that the carriers supply all energy. Well, I was thinking about that, Potap, but then that means no independent operations whatsoever. That's how I do plasma pack bombers? Okay. Yeah, and also, an APS fighter wouldn't make sense for this faction, because, like, the AA guns are plasma, right? So it makes sense that the fighter would have anti-air guns be all plasma as well. So. Yeah, I think you guys are right. Alright, how the hell did we do back here? What happened here? Okay, that's a pleek. Quarry, we're gonna have a talk about this, mister. I see what you... Why? Why? Oh my god, this dude. Does it have a fuel engine? Could change the battery charge dynamically based on whether it's being kept supplied with energy. Oh, you know what, John? That's actually a good idea. You have a carrier exclusive loadout and a solo op loadout. No, I kind of like John's idea, because we are going to be using fuel engines. Carrier equals plasma, and then solo could be APS. Yeah. My only issue with that is APS is more of, like, the APS for this faction is more of an anti-ship gun than an anti-carrier or plane gun. You in the quiet work now? No worries, Kibbles. Have a good one. Shaping. Oh my god, Corey. I can't believe, like, the moment I saw it, I was like, oh no. What can I say except you're welcome? Alright, we take you. 0.5, up to 5, hide original mesh. There we go. I cannot believe you've done this to me, Corey. Oh yeah, pleat corners are weird. I forgot about that. Wait for it. Do 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 do. Sorry, I love this song. Alright, there we go. Get that done. Can't believe Corey's doing this to me again. This is the 5th time this week he's done this to me, chat. He can't keep getting away with this. Alright. So that's the basics of our cockpit, which we're at 14 already. And then just kind of goes back down. The nice thing about this is that the fuselage can be pretty similar. It's not like the Deepwater guard planes where they do a different style each time. So I'm happy about that at the very least. Hey, Doduck, how's it going? What era is this faction style supposed to be? Is it interwar? Ah, it's like early aviation, I'd say. Like, so the entire campaign so far, because like we have like, you know, a sail and ship faction, and then everyone else has been kind of like a mix of ironclads and pre-dreads. And then you have whatever Silver Snow is, which is like, I don't know what you'd call, I don't know what era you'd call this, right? So like, I just genuinely don't know what era. I really like the Shogunate Worldwalker. Boo, not biased. I'm glad so many people enjoy the World Walkers. You know, like I'm honestly surprised at how many people ended up enjoying it. All right, the Imperial era. Yeah, this takes place for ABY. Took me a while to remember the Star Wars coding. All right. Which Imperium? The Silver Snow Shogunate, apparently. But yeah, so that's the plan right now. World War I looking designs with plasma, schizotech at its finest, honestly. But I didn't really have like any cohesive era of technology similar to that. I've just been having fun. So Belle Epoque era with a more advanced aviation tech? Kind of, I guess. It's kind of like pre-Dreads, but the Dreadnought was never built, and AA guns on battleships were actually useful. Behold, the edgy Shogun battleship. I wouldn't say it's that edgy, honestly. Also, it's not. That was just the Ronin. That's not even the Shogun. I did find out though that you can add custom music to each blueprint file, which means I can have, when I eventually build the Shogun battleship, I can in fact have it play Enter the Shogun Executioner from Red Alert Free, and I'm very excited for that. Because for those of you that don't know, let me Enter the Shogun Executioner. Alright, I think it's this one? There we go. So this is gonna be the theme. Yeah, we can have this as the music for the Godly, and I'm so excited. It's such a good song. I have no idea if that's loud for you guys or not. I apologize. Please let me know if it's too loud. It seems fine on my end, but I live. Bish, welcome in, Syrup. How's it going? Also, I love that Syrup enters the chat to enter the Shogun Executioner. But, hey, Aperture, how's it going? But yeah, so that's gonna be the theme song for the Godly. I can't hear nothing. You guys couldn't hear the music? It's actually pretty quiet? Okay. Was the Zelda music beforehand quiet, or was it fine? Here, let me raise the volume a little bit. There, oh shit, that's loud. Alright, how we feel now, chat? Joe Obama Octagon? Was Audible just much quieter than Zelda? Ah, okay. It's fine now, still kind of quiet. Ah, just raise stream volume, we're fine. Anyway, yeah, so that's gonna be the Godly theme music. There we go. Alright, back to Zelda. But yeah, so that's what I'm kind of planning for the Godly to have. Because ironically enough, what got me back into Red Alert Free was Smosh, because I was watching a Smosh video with The Chosen, and then I heard that, and I was like, ain't no way, I've heard that before. And I was going through like my, my game list, and I was like, fuck, that's Red Alert Free. Because I grew up with Red Alert Free and Red Alert 2, right? And so yeah, and then like, ironically enough, that's actually what got me to do the CC idea in the first place, because a lot of Silver Snow takes inspiration from Avatar and Empire of the Rising Sun from Red Alert 3. I assume you're playing Soviet? Any tips for invading Finland? Ah, I see. Just don't die, Lamau. Can you distribute MP3s or stuff like that with the campaign download? I think there's a way to do it. I'll have to see if it's, like, alright to do, but... Sorry, no RCC has been inspired by Red Alert, honestly. They can't keep getting in the way of this chat. Alright, so yeah, that is just, flat across the board like that. That works. No worries. Okay, yeah, no. The whole cockpit idea here is coming along quite nicely. Empire of the Rising Sun sounds like a mashup of House of the Rising Sun and the Imperial March. Oh my, yes, don't worry, I'll build a casino ship that can be inspired by House of the Rising Sun, don't worry. Then we'll have an entire faction based around it. I mean, I ain't complaining. Yeah, no, it's a good inspiration, you know? Alrighty. Actually, you know what? No, I'm actually fine with that. I was gonna say maybe we reduce the cockpit, make it a little bit snubbier, but I think I'm fine. Alright, so we have our little area all ready to go. I'll probably have Corey just finalize the decos and all that on it. There we go. Now, let's figure out how to do the tail. Tail, I think, is, yeah, super simple. We'll just have it go straight back. No worries there. Mirror mode, my behated. Thank you. And then, obviously, we can probably fill stuff in here as we need. Yeah, gamble. Let's go gambling. Oh, dude, I was actually going to play Balatro today, because I forgot to charge my draw-in tablet. So I was going to delay stream by an hour, and I was like, well, I could probably just, like, play Balatro while streaming. And then that way we could just, you know, we could just do stuff like that, right? And then I was like, no, I feel like building an FTD, so... So when airship that drops icebergs on enemies? I think you guys are, I don't think you guys quite understand how we're doing this, do you? we don't do that here. Alright, I'm once again asking, do I put the box tail on, do I put the box tail on this? Alright, how did I do this over here? I know it's with square corners, but did I deco it out, or... No, that's actually just all 4 meters, okay. I was wondering if that was 8 meter or not. But I see, I see. Oh, but no, that is decoed. I was right. That's decoed out to be 6 meters. Why? Why did I do it like that? What the fuck? Okay, cool. Alright, you know what? The time for questions is over. I'm just gonna do it. There we go. Get you in there. Get you in here. And then just... I guess we'll just do 6. There we go. Alright. Well, that gives us at least the connection to the tail. And then I'll decide. Did it rest first on this side on the tail? Yeah, that's fair. I just think it'd be funny to have a box tail on a Corsair. TBD flashbacks. What I've been doing is uploading gambling audio I want to use to S&D up, and then using the sound block with the URL. On a related note, please, Mr. Kotal Man, why can't breadboard trigger sound blocks? I don't know, put it in suggestions list. So when ship a drops icebergs on enemies, when do you build it, Syrup? TPD flashbacks. Doesn't Bread have a sound playback, or is that just the enemies? I was the victim. Wait, how were you the victim? What were you the victim of in TBD? Because I'm playing it in this time, Aperture. Can't take external URLs, only built-in files as far as I know. No, let him cook. Ah, damn. Did a Vesperus in the sun. Yeah, like a blimp that spawns them in with ice magic, and then they can have little turrets on them. Yeah, build it. We're gonna have a blimp style scene out for you guys, but also, like, Syrup, you know, like, it's based on Fire Nation airships, so you could also just probably do one yourself. Aperture and TBD got blitzkrieg? Oh, who blitzkrieged him? Komomo's faction dropped an island on my graph. Oh, Komomo's so based. That is incredible. Got an entire island dropped on you. Oh no. YouTube playback is still busted, right? That I have no idea. Lore-wise, it's a logistic ships that builds defenses for Logi routes. I see. Yeah, no, go for it, Syrup. Build it. You know the style. Alright. Yeah, I'll worry about the tail later. I love the box when look, but I don't know if it would work on a monoplane. So here now we have to decide how we want to do the secondary. Which, yeah, I have no idea, chat. Wait, chat, don't look at me. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. See, this is why I bounty out this stuff, so you guys can do all of it, but no one's doing the bounties. That's not true. There's actually quite a few of you doing the... Wait, I'm not gonna lie, there's way more people doing the bounties than I thought there was gonna be. Let's make this with 4 meters. Ooh, actually no, we'll do the back with 4 meters. Let's do the front with 3 meters. So that way I can do it right here as well. And then have that... It doesn't need to come up, so it's fine if it, like... Because here we did it so that it, like, has an inset, so it looks like the biplane supported with the blue structure. Whereas on the monoplane, we want it to be a little bit less than flush, so that it looks sleek and narrow. Video screens are still broken, I think? Yeah, YouTube doing YouTube fins? Fair. Oh, it's probably because they were trying to get around, like, the whole ad blocker situation. Maybe that's why. That may have been it, honestly. Apparently I had the largest military in the war game. The problem was that I was using Caravanian Rebellion units. Oh, yeah, that's rough. That would do it. I'm tempted to enter next year maybe with Silver Snow Shogunate units. I think it'd be funny. Like, no guarantee that they'd do any good, but it would be funny at least. Alright. There we go, that kind of creates the little cockpit area for us. I'm pretty happy with that. And then all we have to worry about is just getting the side of the winds on. Oh, no, I need my little guy first. There we go. Now we do the 2 to 4. Wanted you. There we go. Alright, so that makes the little cockpit area enclosed. We'll enclose it more with decos afterwards. I'm sure Corey will tooch this up when I send it to him. It's annoying. I wanted to work in radio using channels switching in video blocks, but with YT not working, it's a pain. I would believe it. Xena eating the cookie from earlier. Something to do with ad blockers are stopping people from downloading the videos easily. Yeah, that's what I assumed it was. Yeah. Which naturally doesn't stop me for those, but breaks unrelated fins I get to do video screens. Absolutely. Hear me out. Silver Snow uses shield protectors and the Warriors freezing water and air. Have an image picture to make a floating diagram mog. No. I think planar shields in universe are just going to be ward magic. And like everyone has access to ward magic, I feel. Aside from world walkers if it's not summer. If it's not summer, then they don't have access to it, but... like, I'm actually so excited for how the world walkers idea is fleshing out. Because, like, starting them off in winter, where they're, like, you know, at their weakest, and that's because they're the early game faction, but if you let them live for too long, they become a mid-game faction in spring. And then, like, let them live even longer, they become an end-game faction by late summer, right? And then by fall, they go back to a mid-game faction. Evlock Origin, my beloved. I was so sad when Chrome removed it, and I was like, damn, okay. I managed to get it back, I'm not worried, but... So far in Prometheum S2, Sector 7 is at war. Free Nations accidentally declared war to nowhere and is now making buses for national defense. Turn 0, by the way. How did you fuck up that much already? I don't think Mjolnir is at war with anyone. And as far as planning to go to stuff, I'm not going to say any plans because I haven't actually read through the chat yet, so... yeah, the Season 2 for Prometheum started just the other day, actually, I think. Wait, Chrome doesn't have uBlock anymore? No. They got, Google removed it because it was interfering with YouTube's ads. How does that progression work? Oh, no, I'm an event helper. Oh, nice. Aperture. But yeah. If you look at the announcements channel, TBD started. That's why I was doing stuff the other day. Signature Firefox will look at superiority. My issue with Firefox is just I'm too integrated into Google's network. Like, I love using Google Drive. I love having all my other stuff, right? So, and like, yeah, I could do stuff like that with Firefox, but Chrome is just simpler for me. It's why I use it. But how does witch progression work, John, by the way, sorry? Can't leak war plans if you never bothered to read the dossier to begin with. True. I will have to request to His Eminence, though, that we wipe out Sector 7 since they're being dogpiled on anyway. Clearly, they were not a nation of knowers or survivors. But joking aside, yeah, I'm just kind of building designs for him, and I occasionally do some silly little work for him. They want, like, I might enter a little bit of a diplomacy role just because diplomacy, but see how it goes. Okay, now that squares it off a little bit. Does that look sleek, or is that going to look too bulky? Because I might swap this back down to a 2 meter if it's going to look too bulky, you know what I mean? Because I compare it to this, right? No, I'd say that looks sleek. That's fine. It's fine, chat. Alright. Ah, yes, the negotiate. Progression of the faction based on season? How does that progression work? So, there's different corporations you can put in campaign. And I'm going to be using the old Onyx Watch system of... The Onyx Watch used to always start with sail ships, then go to hybrids, and then go to... they would go to castle ships. So I'm going to be doing it. They start with winter, they go to spring, they go to summer, they go to fall. You can't cycle it, unfortunately. Otherwise I would. But you need a duplicate blueprint every time you'd want to cycle it. So instead, I'll just have it as in the campaign takes the course over a year. I think it's going to be probably 12 in-game hours per type of faction. Because that way, like, if you're new to the game and you want to play my custom campaign, you're not going to get dunked on. But also, if you're more experienced at the game and you want to go against those harder designs, you can just wait in-game for, like, not too long. Because if you go times 10, like, 12 hours isn't too bad, I don't think. You know what I mean? So that's how I plan on having it work. I was talking with Abby about it. It does work in campaign. We did test it out. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, you're right. It's not done via corporations. I was thinking of a different way we were testing it. But yeah, you can do it per vehicle. So we're going to need 4 versions of every vehicle. Like, we're going to need 1 season per vehicle. But, like, the modifications between the two won't be too difficult. And after that, we just save them as, like, you know, like, what was it? Alwyn Summer, Alwyn Winter, Alwyn, stuff like that, right? So, the hardest part about World Walkers is trying to pronounce the damn names in Welsh. Honestly, I think that was Morgana's, like, biggest, scam, was that she convinced me to put all the fucking names in Welsh. Alright, that's said. Yeah, no, it's... I really want to use my campaign to just see what we can do with the campaign creator. And that's one of the things where I'm like, damn, that's really cool that we can use that, you know? So I'm excited for it. How the hell did we do this? Corey, every time I look at this plane, I'm like, what the fuck were we cooking? Alright, so here... And then it just goes 2 meters at the back. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. No problem. Alrighty. I just realized it's Friday. It's recycling. Actually, I don't have that much recycling. I was about to go run outside quickly. Actually, we're an hour in. Alright, you know what, chat? I'm going to run ads here because I just realized it's recycling day and I have to go put my recycling out. So I will be right back after these short little ads. Be back in a bit, chat. Alright, we're back, chat. Sorry about that. I heard the recycling truck go by, so I had to quickly run and put my recycling out. Alright, so, back to our little plane design here, shall we? Now, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking I might be able to get away with a few change-ups here and there. So we'll do a offset here, and then do this like this, get you in there, take you out, put you here, and then just make overall a little bit thicker back here. You know what I mean? And by doing that, we'll be able to make it more monoplane. Oh my god, guys. Yeah, I think that's going to be our plan, eh? And then what I could do is actually, what if I just yoink this idea? Where's the spin block on this? There we go. So we take you, save sub-object. There we go. Because that's kind of already the angle we want, right? So, like, I'm not particularly against it. Alright, and then that is... Here we go. No, that was right. Okay, there we go. Now, why is that doubling up, though, is the question. Ah, I see. It's because of the way it's mirroring. Okay. Alright, and obviously we're going to make those wings longer. McDonald's spicy what sauce? What? God, I forgot how dumb ads are sometimes that I see one from McDonald's spicy never sauce. They have a spicy never sauce? What? Is that like it's probably just rebranded Szechuan sauce that they have left over from the 90s, let's be honest. But, that's crazy. Alright. Now, oh, okay, I see. There's an extra little piece here that I'm missing. I see. How the hell was this done? I'm so confused. Corey, what the fuck happened? Okay, I think this actually goes here. Because then you're supposed to be able to do... One second, where is it? Something like this. And then... Did I just not make this tall enough? I'm a little confused here. How the fuck did we do this, Corey? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Okay, so we need to move it out by 1. Okay, so let's put you fully in here like this. That's the part that was confusing me, is in here. I was like, what do I do here? Yep. It's fine, yep. I actually do want to look up the spicy never sauce. I just want to know what type of sauce it is. Spicy never sauce. It's cayenne. It's just crushed red pepper and cayenne. Are you actually kidding me? It just looks like ketchup with cayenne and red pepper in it. Oh, it gives hints of savory garlic and subtle sweetness. My apologies. It doesn't look that good, chat. It also apparently made someone's tongue numb. Huh. Oh no, sorry, it's not ketchup. It's actually crushed red pepper, as in like, crushed red pepper is the base, and then cayenne over top. Okay, I see how you do that. Neat. The never sauce? Yeah, like literally, that's... Okay. Interesting. Still not a fan of it, but at least, okay, I can respect that. Alright, so if we wanted to do this correctly, now we try this. Put you here. Obviously, again, it will be longer. We'll probably like reduce the angle because we can get more like the Corsair. I know the Corsair had like a really tight angle on it. We then grab you and just go from like here to here. I realized why we were doing 2 meters up here now. So let's do that. Let's do this. Have you come over here at least. We have like some connection on it, you know? This almost feels like it's too tall, because it is. Because this needs to be one line down, doesn't it? Corey, how the fuck did we do this the first time? It's been so long since I've worked on this design, like on the planes, that I completely forgot how we did this. Maybe have 2 bends in the wind, one down and back up. That always looks pretty. Yeah, but that's also, it's a lot of spin blocks. So as much as I want to like make every design look incredible, I also want it to be easily replicable so that other people can build in the style, right? With great pain. Okay, well we're gonna need to stop using great pain, mister. We're gonna have to start using sensible design choices, okay? Because this will probably make the winds look too low, no? Because we probably got away with it before because it was on a biplane. Which means we could have one of... No, actually no, if we just angle the winds up, that should be fine, actually. Smooth as paint? Yeah, I know. Alright, and then how did you do... What the fuck is this, Quarry? Sensible design choices, my only weakness. No! No, say it ain't so. I don't even, you know what? That's a certified Quarry issue, chat. That is not a me issue. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief. That is, certified. Not my fucking problem. Yeah, Corey, have fun with that little corner, buddy. I ain't doing that shit. Sensible design choices in this economy, that's what I'm saying. Alright, let's grab you now. Alrighty. What a time. We have fun here, chat. There we go. Alright, and then obviously we're gonna make those winds longer. And a bit more shaped like Corsair winds. Actually, that second part, probably not. But... Oh, so I just realized, I love that I do every wind design the same. Because, like, I designed the original shape... Because I did... you know what, chat? I actually did the design on these winds, I'd like to point out. Quarry, like, touched them up with the stuff in between in the engines, but... The initial spin-blocked winds were my... were a Rorston OG. And, I realized I just do everything the exact same how I do Deepwater Guard winds. No matter what I do, I will never escape the Deepwater Guard allegations. Alright, so let Quarry handle the front part. Back part's probably fine. Quarry will probably touch it up, though. Good luck with wind. I'm making noodles. Yeah, no worries, driver. Have a good one. Bork. Sleepy, how's it going? How's it going, Sleepy? Alright. Talking about being sleepy, I'm a little bit sleepy myself today. I stayed up too late. Alright. I'm not sure how far I want to extend those out yet, so let's get the engine in first. And then we'll figure it out, okay, chat? Kinda looks like a duck right now, I'm not sure why. It just kinda does. Now, the nice part about this, I will say, is, we don't actually have to do anything for the engine. Because I'm gonna say, for the sake of, you know, wartime efficiency, they just yoink the engine from the biplane. Some might call this lazy. I call this an incredible use case for modular designs, you know? We actually do have to move one down. There we go. Alright. Give me that. Yoink. There we go. 1 second. Realize something here. Get rid of you. Thank you. There we go. Ta-da, chat. It's so simple. Alright, so we've acquired our engine, chat. What have you done? Finland is no more. What do you mean Finland is no more? I'm very EP2. Oh, I'm free. Go get some sleep. It was a late night last night. Yeah, it was fun though. It was nice getting the chat with you guys again. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I want to hang out with chat with my friends more, but also my schedule really just never aligns. Because, like, I am just busy right now and it sucks. Yoingston strikes again. Is it really Yoingston if I'm stealing from my own design? Like, at what point is it no longer Yoingston? You know what I mean? Actually, you know what? Let's make this one back here just 4 meters, honestly. I don't think we need to do a 6 meter. No, actually, now that I look at it, I want the 6 meter. Alright. So, take you. And then still no idea how we want to do a tail. What I will do though is I will rename this now, because I think for this one what we'll do is we'll have the sister torpedo bomber, call it the Yari. Then we'll save the Yumi for the fighter, because I think right here we could really nicely fit a torpedo bay. You know what I mean? Pretty much the exact same thing I did on the Puffin, where we just use like a piston to center it, like a 0.5, stuff like that, right? So true, anyone who's been in a D&D group can attest. Honestly, yeah. Scheduling is the biggest bastard as an adult. I know, right? Like, I was thinking about it last night, where it's like, because I was watching gameplay of... what was it? It was an old Xbox game. I think it was... 1 second, I'm missing out here. I'm blanking. Oh, it was Battle Stations Midway. I was rewatching a playthrough of that. It's called ER. Great idea. Yeah. Skid one has always been a bastard. No, it was easier when I was a kid. It's like, I don't know. I feel like for me at least, like I was always able to like get group events planned as a kid, whereas nowadays, like, you know, I have like once a week with my brother's friends. I have once a month with my Civ friends. Because a lot of my Civ friends are still in uni, right? So it's just one of those things where, damn. The unstoppable march of time. Alright. Honestly, I think we'll scrap the box tail idea as much as I'd love to keep it. It's just going to be one of those things that's going to be too hard to do, unfortunately. Alright, so what we can do, though, is Loyoink. This is just free longer than... How is this done? Why is the top wing so different? Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna ignore that for now. That's yeah, that's gonna be a quarry issue, I think. That's not gonna be a me issue. Alright, so I did 2 meter, 2 wedge. Okay, I did that pretty symmetrical. That's pretty nice. For once, I'm actually nice to myself, chat. Ah, I see how Corey decoed this. Okay. Well, I'm gonna ruin his deco. Let's go out by... What's a good width, do we think? I think about, yeah, an extra 4, I think, gives us what we want. When you're young and have no obligations, no relationship to maintain, it was easy. Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree with you. Like, when is it no longer Youngston? When it's no longer convenient to my narrative? Based, John? Holy shit. Based as hell? Alright. Yeah, I think about there I'm happy with. I think that's a good whiff for a Corsair. I am saying, I know this means I'm gonna start putting, like, spin-blocked winds on all my craft now. And I don't want that, because that's gonna be annoying as hell. But I know myself, I'm gonna start doing that now, because it looks good. You know? There we go. Actually, I have no idea if that's going to, Did I use color 5 or color 4 for this as well? I did, I'm so based, holy shit. Alright. Counterpoint, Gull wins look sick as shit. Yeah, I know. It just means more work for you, Corey. At the end of the day, let's be honest. Because you know I'm gonna have you finalize this. Alright, let's take this and expand it out as far as we can. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna need a breadboard to do that, so that's gonna be someone else's problem. Because I actually don't know how to do breadboard to expand that out. Gotta love when that happens, Chat? Why is that like that? One second. Also, I didn't know you could hide spin blocks anymore. I thought they were unhideable. Like, it's nice, I'm not complaining, but... Or maybe that was pistons I'm thinking of. I actually don't know. Alright, there we go. There we go. That will solve that, I'm sure. Yeah, that looks better on that side. I'm curious now, actually. Maybe we just do it by 10, so I don't have to use a breadboard for it. Needs 4.5. Yeah, we only lose like one block of. That's fine. I am not gonna complain about one block, you know. There we go. And then just another little pivot here. Add new mimic. Let's do empty. Empty. Hide original mesh. Hello? Can you not hide pivots? Can you actually not hide pivots? No, you can hide pivots. Technically, it's possible for breadboards. You'd have to use breadboard to set a mimic to be extra large and use the change mimic to deco button to get an oversized deco. Ah, I see, okay. Curved wins in a block game? I know, right? Can't breadboards only work on mimics to do extra large decos? Yeah. No, yeah, I was gonna say, because I've seen people do fruit breadboard before. Just grab corners and inverted corners, rah. I guess. It's not as cool, though. It's not as cool, Pota. I wanted 2 pivots. Can't just move the position of the deco for a sec. Should fix it by updating some shit in the code. Oh, wait, actually? Oh, yeah, look at that. I've never had it bug out before where it delays like that. That's wild. I've never seen that happen before. Huh. I wonder if the render mod makes that difference. Because if so, that's definitely a bug. I've never seen the code have to update like that before. Also, Neko, what are you up to today? I was watching your Age of Wonder stream yesterday, but I was a little lurker. What needs breadboard? Oh, it was just going to be an extra long deco, but I'm just going to do 10 wide because it looks more proportional anyway, I find. Nope, that's base game. When did that happen? Because that has not been in the game for that long, then. because I was gonna say I've never got that bug before. That had to be like within the last few updates then. Happened a lot over my Deco career. Really interesting. I guess maybe I've just gotten lucky and never experienced it before. Wild. Alright, now we do the same on the other side. Alright, put you in there. I will say, like, I love the plain style for how this is turning out so far. Like, I'm really excited to see all these in-game. I'm genuinely just happy with like how these planes are turning out. I think these are generally some of my best planes I've done. As much as I love the Deepwater Guard small planes, like, I'm almost tempted to go back and do spin-blocked wings for all the Deepwater Guard planes. I won't, but I'm tempted to. Good morning, Cassie. How's it going? Well, evening? Yeah, no worries. But no, how you doing? It's good. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. Why not use fleet colors? I am using fleet colors. Oh, you're talking about for the winds? Yeah, no, because I do this on Deepwater Guard as well. I like paint 4 for the winds, so that it's specifically just so it doesn't like get funky. Because if you notice with like some of the other ones, it gets really bright, and it's not as good. All right, now let's on this one. Whee! 4.5 is what we need. There we go, we have our measuring stick chat. There we go. I hate building on spin blocks. I know why they have it like this, but it's one of my least favorite fins. It's like, come on. Could have done better on this one, not gonna lie. Alright. Yeah, the other reason I don't use fleet colors for the winds is because I don't want the winds to change color based on what faction owns it. That's the main issue. So like, that way, like, even if you change, like, let's say I change over to World Walkers right now, it still has the same color winds, because that shouldn't change, you know what I mean? It'd be weird if the inner wind changed color. Alright. So, got that all good to go. We just need our little pivot here. Add decoration, mimic empty, hide. Yeah, see, that side worked normal. I wonder why the other side didn't work normal. Maybe it's because it's on a spin block, I wonder. CC Easton? True. Yeah, the change in perspective always trips me up when building that subject with different orientation. I know, right? It's so weird. Oh, new plane build. Yeah, Gravitas, welcome in. We are working on a monoplane equivalent. Because I was talking with Quarry, and I was like, as much as I love the design of this one, this is a bomber. It is not a fighter. So we're going to be making a fighter version that's going to also have the little engine that sells. Yeah, building on spin blocks as hell. It's one of those things I was talking with Sean about, and it's like, it's so bad right now, but also the alternative is so much worse. Is it a monoplane? Yeah, it is. Sleepy, thank you for the save your vehicle, and also, like, actually thank you, because I would have completely forgotten otherwise. Alright, this one will be the new Yumi. There we go. So we have the bow and the spear. I think the spear just makes more sense for a torpedo bomber. Prefer using the elevation turrets when possible just to avoid that. Yes, but turrets come with their own issues. Because it also happens on turrets too, you know. Oh, they could hydrate Sleepy. I'll take a sip of my coffee here. Roar invented monoplanes, incredible. True. Clearly, I'm the only person in early aviation to have built a plane with one wing. Just trying to adapt the style, though, has been actually a really interesting design study, for lack of a better word. Now the question is, what if I just yoinked this? You know what I mean? Worst invented flight troop, those issues be in. What, with the elevation turret? The same camera fin applies if you rotate a turret as well. I guess with elevation turrets, what you could do is you could put it straight up and then. Oh, okay, I see what you guys mean. Yeah. Okay, I just figured out what you guys mean. Because I was thinking you guys meant, like, you know, do it like this to get the elevation on the side. And it still rotates the camera, right? But you're saying do it the other way and then just out. Okay. Using elevation turrets is much nicer for certain hinges over having a spin block rolled 90 degrees. Yeah, that's... I understand what you mean now. Birds just walked around before, then true. Situations like this where it won't rotate, you can just set rotation speed to 0. Yeah. Sectile weapons and fins move and aren't supposed to. No, yeah, with turrets you can easily disable them. No issues there. I was just thinking of the camera issue, but I realize what you mean now, Potot. Because I was gonna say, like, turrets are built the same way as the spin blocks, but it's the different angles you can work with. You guys are right. Shouldn't the Yari and Yumi Google inform me in comments that they're Japanese for spear and bow? Yeah, so we've renamed the old Yumi, which was the torpedo bomber, to the Yari because it's a spear. We're also going to be giving it essentially what is going to be a long lance torpedo, so I feel like spear works in there. And then the fighter will be the Yumi. Hang on, that's actually correct, though. I love the idea that, like, you know what, birds, in fact, did just walk around before. Plus, dual-axis turrets have a lot... Yeah, I will say, dual-axis turrets do have a lot more use than either of them, I find. My issue with dual-axis is that they tend to cause a little bit more lag. Like, turrets cause more lag than spin blocks, which is weird. They're both sub-objects. But, I never, because this is the reason why the new Kraken didn't get in immediately, is because it was all on, like, turrets and spin blocks. It was a combination of both, and obviously just having a lot of sub-objects causes issues, but also just, Krill, welcome in, how's it going? Well, a flock of legs, what do you mean a flock of legs? What's the, yeah, okay, so chat, what is the correct way to refer to a group of roar chatters or artifacts? Because I've been experimenting with calling you guys artifacts in the Discord there. Because I think calling a group of roar chatters a collection would be really funny to me. Now that you mention a flock of roarstons, a collection of Lagstons. A cult? A cultist? No, it's not a cult of roarstons. We're not a cult, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna tap open my window here and immediately probably get sawed by the guy. But a congregation? Cultist? A jog of legs? Okay, jog of legs is pretty good. Doduck, we're not doing that here. No. That's your warning, Doduck. Oh god, they're swarming. Cults. No, it's not a cult. Because, like, I like a collection of, a collection of artifacts I think is pretty cute. Congregation. Oh my god, guys. Jesus. Alright, there we go. Free cam, please. Thank you. I don't like that they changed the UI down below for the free cam, honestly. Like, I feel like it was better before when it was just, like, the vague symbols that you had to figure out. They breached the gates! the Langston at the gates. Just imagine Langston's, like, side running upside the walls, like, in the siege towers, you know what I mean? Like, you ever seen Rome 2 Total War? Oh, no, Shogun 2 Total War, where, like, they just climb up the wall. And you sometimes get that glitch where, like, you'd have the one Ashigaru climbing up sideways. That's what I imagine the Lagstons are doing. Library. Mistai Greek for the initiates to mystery cults. No, we're not calling ourselves a Mistai of Lagstons. Lagston just stepping over the wall. I just love the idea of, like... You know how, like, crabs will, like, fucking book it sideways? It's just a Lagston doing that upside the wall. I'd be, like, honestly, if I was defending that castle, I'd be fucking shitting myself. That's terrifying. That's actually terrifying. Shrorg. No, we're not doing that. No, Emfrey. They've breached the gates. I imagine the Discord is just the, I imagine the Discord is, like, is the gates photo. How about an, an exhibition of artifacts? Some of these punts are a bit of a stretch. Oh god. Oh, Krill, no! Krill has released the Lagstons. I'm so glad you guys love that emo, because, like, when I had that idea, I was, like, cackling to myself into Araya. Alrighty. Let's get the engine the cell is on, just pretty much similar to how we did it over here. And then we'll ship this off to Quarry to finalize any of the details and get it flying. Because I do not feel like getting this thing flying today. Oh, I see how I did this, okay. Thank you. Okie dokie. Actually, unless Quarry, do you want to do new engine nacelles for this design? Like, make it more fighter-esque, or... No, you'd be shitting yourself due to dysentery, not fear. Are you implying that the Discord has dysentery? Wait, do I need to join the Discord to continue the invasion? That's completely up to you, Krill. We do have a command if you want the Discord link, but there's no pressure. It's just for people who want to have... Honestly, it's mostly just an FTD community. Well, I say it's mostly an FTD community. There's a lot of FTD content in there, obviously, because it's my main thing. But, we've recently been doing, like, I'll just join for random games sometimes. Because, like, the VCs are incredibly active. And so sometimes I'll just join for, like, a random repo game. Because, like, I know the other day Monkey Man and Carson were playing repo. And, in a siege? Yes, okay, fair enough. I like how, like, we get besieged for one turn, and I'm in too many Discord servers. I'm in the same boat, I understand. That's why I'm saying there's never any pressure. But I do love the idea of Potat, but, like, the enemy sets up camp, we immediately just all acquire dysentery. 2 active, lol. Are you sure you want to do Deepwater Guard style wins? I love Deepwater Guard style wins, what's wrong with them? How about putting ice along the leading edge? Well, see, the thing with the ice here is that we had the engines on the leading edge, so we want to avoid ice on the winds. I think I'm going to be doing mostly ice features on the tail of both of these planes. And then, like, maybe a little bit trail in behind, like, maybe some down here. I think ice here and back here, but not, like, at the exhaust would work. Like, maybe some back here as well. Could all work. I'll see how it goes, of course. More Discord servers just means more emotes for the collection. That part is true. I do have some pretty good emotes on Discord. I will pride myself on my emotes. I really like them. It's the enemy's passive effect. Potat, you and I are just on the castle walls one day chatting. You know, some guy just runs up, sets up a trebuchet. We immediately just die of dysentery. Like, doesn't have to fire the trebuchet. We're already dead. That is actually hilarious. Gremlin, welcome in. How's it going? Alright. Now, I haven't seen an answer from Corey, which means he's probably busy eating digestives, even though he did run out of his 2-week supply the other day. So what I might do is I might do this myself. But my social anxiety gets worse the even more servers I join. No worries, Krill. There's absolutely no pressure to join. I will say. I'll put the link in chat for anyone who's curious. But they're, like, you know, M3, like, for example, M3 is probably... M3 somehow shows up every day at the same time and gets first, despite the fact that they're probably the only one who doesn't get notice from the Discord. Yeah, there's a command if you do want it. If not, no worries. The trebuchet is for decoration. The feng shui of your fields was off, hence the siege. Ah, I see, my feng shui. Down to a measly 3 digestives. Oh no. But Corey, you consume 5 every design I give you. How will we finish this? Anyway, Corey, now that I've attracted your attention, do you want to do custom engines for this and I'll just let you cook? Or do you just want me to use the same ones from the Yari? True, the gate was killing the vibe though. Better start rationing. Oh no. Here, Corey, I'll send you your moderator pay this month so you can get the digestive fund early. I'm in like 40 Discords and I check maybe 5 of them. Yeah, I have a folder where, like, maybe different wind tips. Well, I want the engines for sure. I do want the engines, so maybe I will make Corey just make some new ones. That's a good point, actually. But I know for me, like, I have a folder of, like, my private servers that, like, you know, I used to be in before I started streaming. I have my streaming servers, which are, like, me and my friends, like, you know, like, so, like, it's my server, it's Neko's, it's Arrow's, it's Merxie's, stuff like that, right? And then I have Sorry, got distracted by the music. And then I have like servers of like people who I want to support, but I don't hang out with them as much. So like Kin Argarith, for example, like I'm in his server, but I don't hang out there as much. And then I have like FTD is sorted into its own section, and then games to keep tabs on. That's how my Discord's organized. I guess slap on the current ones to see how it fits. Alright. Because like the current ones are pretty sleek, I will say. So it's not like we're gonna ruin it even if we don't use them, you know what I mean? Ba ba. Ba 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 ba. God, I love Wind Waker's music. We gotta finish Wind Waker sometime. Chat, I did mean to ask, what are we curious in playing after FTD today? Because my drawn tablet's out of commission, as in I forgot to charge it and it was on 5%. What do we want to play after FTD today? Because I'll probably only do FTD for a little bit. And then we'll switch back to something else. Because I want to play something else today. I've been playing... As much as I love drawing, I've been drawing too much. And it's like, you know, I haven't been able to do anything else I enjoy doing, so... So if we do something like this, maybe... Oh my god. Oh, hello. Sorry, seizure warning. What the fuck? Alright, that's, something went... Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I wasn't wearing my hard hat. That's why that glitched out. Alright, we're gonna do this. Okay, so I think what happened there is I forgot to put it on the spin block, wasn't it? Maybe you should start your Ashigaru build? Well, I thought you were working on one. Wiggleston. Oh, yeah, no, sorry about that, guys. I do apologize for anyone in chat who may experience seizures. That was not intentional. Okay. This is on the spin block, though. Is it just debalanced, or did I just mess up on the spin block? Because, like, that should be fine, no? No? Okay, it doesn't like that. What the hell? What is going on here? I've never had that happen before. Still doing that Sons of Six game? Yeah, we'll be going back to that, don't worry. My eyes, I'm sorry, Krill, I'm sorry. No such thing as too much drawn? No, it's not that it's too much drawn, it's just one of those things where, like, I need a break from it. I don't want to burn out on art, especially when I have a lesson tomorrow, for example. Yeah, but I'm going to be busy for a while and probably not get much done until like mid-May. Okay, but counterpoint, I don't want to build it. And yeah, we could do Sons of Six M3, but I kind of want to reserve Sons of Six almost more for YouTube side of things. Is it exerting some force to the propeller? It shouldn't be, there's no engine. We're doing a lesson tomorrow? Yeah, every Saturday will be a lesson. Have a good one, Krill. Every Saturday is going to be a lesson, so... At least that's the plan right now. So this week's lesson is going to be on flint napping. I'm going to explain the different types of flint napping that I learned, and then go from there. Well, I say flint napping, there's going to be more stone tools in general, but... I want to use whatever you build for more inspiration and unkable ideas. Fair, fair, fair. Maybe I will work on the Ashigaru then. I also kind of want to make a mono hull instead of just a catamaran. Like, the Ashigaru has to be a catamaran, but I might do like an arsenal ship that is a mono hull. Not in the air like that. Maybe the docking beam being weird. Yeah, I was thinking about the docking beam. Might be the issue. Alright. Once again, just fair warning to anyone watching. Alright. Okay, yeah, it was the docking beam, I guess. That's weird. Okay, but now it won't line up. And honestly, now I'm even more confused. Okay, so it should be like about here-ish. Ah, I know why it won't work. There we go, put it on the spin block. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Okay, now it's lined up. Okay, how do we feel about that? Just let me add the propellers where I need them. Why does it go to the other side first? I was like very clearly looking at the one I wanted to join on. That is annoying. There we go. Oh, we just didn't add any over here. Okay. Check out the docking station, see if it still freaks out. You could always go back to the Daimyo and retry that. Well, the Daimyo is going to be a catamaran as well, keep in mind, right? The Daimyo is just going to be so any of the title ones, so like from Ashigaru to Shogun, will be all catamarans. Airships, I believed, if I did it correctly, are named after Shinto gods. And then, planes are named after weapons, like just basic weapons. And then, I haven't decided on the single-hulled ships they're named in convention yet. You aren't on the spin block? Yeah, I figured it out, thank you. Maybe have the wind continue a bit past the engine? Maybe, but I feel like that wouldn't really match the style as much, though. Like, the whole reason I'm doing this, right, is because I want it to match the style. And, in order to do that, I need it to be, you know, similar enough. And the equalist biplane, similar to how we did it on the, like over here. Like, I like having those wind-mounted engines. I feel like that's a core component of the style. The only thing I'm concerned with is maybe we make one that's a bit bigger? Because right now this doesn't necessarily look, Why are you freaking out there? Why is my IR signature? Also, why does that provide an IR signature? What? Some canards on the engine. Okay, now see, canards on the engine, that's an idea. It's fully getting redundant. The Daimyo? Yeah, absolutely. I've already deleted the blueprint. The Daimyo was, like, the Ronin so the Daimyo was only ever meant as a style exploration, and then the Ronin evolved out of it, right? So, like, the Ronin is pretty much what the Daimyo was meant to be. And now the Daimyo is just going to be a bigger Ronin. We could work on a bigger Silver Snow ship today, but I don't know if I have the energy for that. Because I will say, it's one of my favorite styles to build. It's really fun for me to build. But some vertical fins on top and below? Maybe. I don't know if we're going to need it as much, honestly. Or are you talking about the engine nacelles on the sides? Okay, yeah, actually, you know what? No, you're right. Some fins on the sides could actually be interesting and really buff them out. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. So we're not going to need land stuff. You could try building them a tank if they do. Oh god, no, I'm not going to worry about land stuff until, like... Until Ruins of Carthian is done, I'm not going to worry about... I'm not even going to look at land stuff. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, land is going to be way too big and way too ambitious of a project if I try and start that now. Alright.
Ruston, I have a message from the field.
Yes,
Tonks need love too.
Well, do you want to build them, Cringe? Do you want to try and put ice on all the tanks? I don't. Alright, if I grab you now, do you still freak out? No, okay, you're good now. Alright. So far that works pretty much, honestly. Like, and I know Corey will probably end up putting it so it slopes a little bit like he did up here, which is fine. But, I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, you know what we could do? Right here, we could add some rigging going back to the hull of the plane as well. Now that I think about it, actually. I didn't do it over here because it was higher than. But absolutely, that could be an idea of have, like, some rigging go to, like, just behind here, like, for the electrical outputs. And that way, like, imagine the pilot mid-air would be able to, like, say, like, in order to help with turns, would be able to, like, you know, turn off one prop and have the other prop so you could spin around. You could do some really interesting maneuvers in this. The G-force would probably kill you. But there's some really interesting maneuvers you could do in this. Land Campaignston refuses to add tanks to his campaign. You build them! Show me an example of a Silver Snow tank. You know what? Yeah, sure, you guys can build them. I'm just not going to. Similar to Nita, if you want to see something, just build it. You can't expect Kodals to do all the work, chat. It's like that Joshua Graham, you can't expect God to do all the work. Ooh, alright, Zelda mix is over. Do we want more Zelda? Do we want some Animal Crossing? Or do we want Hollow Knight or Ori and the Will-o'-the-Wisps? Ooh, Ocarina of Vibe seems pretty good. Split throttle in a prop plane. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, imagine the maneuvers you could pull on a prop plane with 3 engines. We can't. That's why they were deputized by God, the build for FTD. The G-Force isn't any good FTD plane would liquefy a flesh and blood pilot. Yeah, okay, but what if he's flesh and ice pilot? Here's what we do, okay, chat? We freeze his blood so that he goes into a state of hibernation when he flies. I don't know. We'll I don't know. If Jedi can survive G-Force in like the little like fighters that they have, then I think we're fine. Alright, anyway. I don't see any suggestions on the music, so I'm just gonna listen to some Ori. The Italians had some good Frangian bombers, did they? Okay. I feel like trying to pull that off will end up in your plane doing a tailspin. Nah, they're just built different. Keep in mind, 100% of the pilots that ended up in a tailspin was just because they'd never tried tailspinning before. But we're going to try spinning, which is a neat trick, okay, chat? I do like the idea of Silver Snow having, like, because they're based on dexterity, right? So I like the idea that they have a hyper-maneuverable plane. True, in lift we thrust. Amen. So true. Seal issue, honestly. Never ever been close to flying a plane. Yeah, same. I'm just saying, our pilots are built different. They wouldn't end up in a tailspin, I promise, chat. You gotta believe me on this. Alrighty. Here's an idea. You could use IJN or JSDF ranks for the names of single-hulled builds. I really don't like that. We're already skirting it pretty close by using Shinto names, I feel. And I don't want it to come off as nationalistic, to put it nicely. I think focusing on the Shogun part of it, like the Shogunate part, is fine. I think once you get into, like, World War II history, I'm like, okay, let's not do that, you know? You know what I mean? At least that's where I personally draw the line, at least. Alright, let's grab this one now. Ah, sorry, chat. I didn't sleep well. Whenever I don't sleep well, I get phlegmy the next day. It sucks. There we go. Alrighty, there we go. Ooh, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to put on the front part, eh? Oh, well, that's fine. Corey can fix that later. Yeah, no, I like the idea of having the double, I like the idea of having the double, like, the triple engine design, honestly. Because, like, also, imagine, like, you're a pilot who's never seen this before, right? Because this kind of design is going to be only on Silver Snow. Like, the other factions aren't going to have this kind of design. Crimson Aristocracy and, like, you know, the Principality are going to have vastly different design philosophies, but, like, their planes are still going to be pretty conventional, whereas this is like, oh shit, what the hell is that? So if the D-physics in that plane is made of alloy, it's really not that much heavier than air. Honestly, yeah. Here's an idea. You could use, oh, understandable to be honest, maybe just Admiral or Captain in Japanese. Maybe, we'll see. I feel like Admiral class feels a little bit silly, though. You know? Let me just stretch here. Now, the question remains is, do we keep... We can't keep the box tail, it's a fighter. We're gonna have to do, like, the proper design. The one thing that will be nice, though, is we'll be able to put a lot of ice on the tail of these planes. So that will be cool, at least. The question is, do I feel like doing ice right now? The answer might shock you, chat. Fuck no, I hate doing ice. I fucking hate it. I don't want to do it. What? Alright, there we go. Put you in there. Have you right here. Let's do this. And then have... I think this is how we did it last time. And the other question is, do we want to put like a fully enclosed cockpit? Because obviously the biplane is a little bit open. Also, now when I look at it as well, the biplane's a little bit large. Could probably like shorten down these cockpits, honestly. That's fine, whatever. The box tail would make the tailspin situation even worse for the plane. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? But what if I split it into a twin boom? You'd want a twin boom on a design this small? Really? Triple engine, very World War II Italian coded, that's what I'm saying. Russian hates ice only marginally less than Morgana does, well. Look, as much as we joke saying that, like, oh yeah, like, you know, we get the ever people to build for it. As much as we joke about that, keep in mind, I still did a good portion of the Ronin, alright? Because I did most of the ice underneath and a little bit of the side. And then I think Warless did the back and the front. And then I know Quarry did, like, in here, I think. Which, now that I think about it, Quarry, there's very little ice in here. It's because it's next to the boilers, obviously. You can see where the ice slips around where the boilers are. So, of course, that's part of a twink boom. We're not... No, you're not calling the plane a twink. Oh my god, chat. So we'll go for a single quick socket, leave with 100 euros and tools. So true. Went into Lowe's for a tool pouch, looked for a new impact socket set. Let's go! I need to go to Home Depot or Lowe's sometime to get some new tools so I can repair my fence. I've been putting it off for like all winter. Okay, I thought you said twin boomer. No, we did not say that. We said twin boomer. Or specifically twink boomer. Yeah, we've already established that planes are... I forgot we established that. Fuck. I completely forgot we said that. I needed one to have an impact driver, but been using my brother's socket set. Oh, okay, fair enough, then. When did we establish that? That would have been... I want to say last June? Yeah, that was just before I left for work. No, it was just... It was in between two of my shifts last year, so that would have been like June-ish. No, it would have been June, because I was already friends with Arrow by that point. No, that would have been October-ish then. I think that would have had to have been like October. Or September. Because Arrow and Neko were both in on that conversation. And by June, I would have known Arrow, but Arrow and I weren't like full friends yet by June. Interesting. No, because I remember we sent this because it was Arrow was streaming, Neko Boy was in chat. No, Neko was also streaming. And then, because I think we were sending messengers between the chats. At least Arrow and I were. I don't know if Neko ever replied to us. I know how much Neko hates being interrupted with his nebulous time. But, recent, I think. Yeah, it had to have been like October. Or sorry, I guess it's Age of Wonders time now, or Mechabellum time. God, every time I watch Mechabellum, I'm like, I kind of do want to get into this, because like between you and Katsei's Mew, like it does look like a fun game. But I'm just not sure if it's for me. Like, I've never really enjoyed those kinds of games. Now you might be asking yourself, chat, well, why don't you just join and find out? But no. Alright, so that is just a inverted corner. Alright, let's get this finalized, and then I can probably swap over to a different project, because I'm in that phase of where I'm like, you know what I mean? So. I'm in that phase of where I'm just watching stuff happen instead of like actually building. Do I like that? No, I don't like that. Let's put it here. There we go. Alright, And then as far as the tail goes, like, I don't know. I might just do a normal tail, honestly. I can't think of what else I'd want to do for it, you know? And just put you there. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I'll let Corey figure out the tail, honestly. And he can finalize some of the other stuff as well. And then I think just, like, a little, like, you know, like, attachment point here, and then have some, like, electrical wires go into each engines here. Could be really neat to show that they are in control of all 3 engines. So, yeah, $20, and I feel like that's actually too low for how much enjoyment I've gotten out of it. Okay, nice. Trying stuff costs money. Maybe use a pleat to make soft round belly? Yeah, Quarry will handle that. That's what we call a certified quarry issue. Also, I need to get Carson in on the blimp style, because I saw Carson build a blimp the other day in the Discord, and I was like, I need that. So, Carson will also be soon converted. And then Gravitas, you seem to be enjoying doing ice, so maybe we'll yoink you for the ice builds. New recruit. Well, it's a fun style, and so far everyone, as long as everyone's still having fun with it, I'm not going to actually make anyone build, of course. Haha, JK, unless, no. But, oh, hello. Okay, why are we doing this again? Okay, yeah, it has to do with the props on the tractor beam, for sure. I will send a clip of it. Does someone want to clip that, please? And I will send that into the devs. That would be greatly appreciated. Because that is what we call a new fucking bug, Jesus Christ. Hello? Oh, I was 1-4. I was like, why is this not connecting? Hello? It's because I wasn't connected. That would in fact be how that works. I don't know how to clip. If you're on PC, it's Alt-X. If not, no worries. No planes, just have to flap their wings to fly. True. Alright, you get colored into detail, as do you. Alright, there we go. Alrighty, I'm pretty happy with that. Alright, quarry. You get your new food. Yeah, see, chat, it's not like forcing people to build for us. It's giving people food opportunities, you know? They eat the builds. No, hello. Alright, you're gonna be weird about this, so I'm gonna... That's someone else's problem now. Oh boy, back in the mines I go. Look, you don't have the albacore anymore. What have you been eating if it's not the albacore lately? Alright, where's queried my DMs? There you are. So we're coming up on 2 hours here. What do we want to build next, honestly? I might just chat through this next ad break. For those of you who aren't subscribed, do you in mind, in about 5 minutes we are going to have an ad break here. I try to run 3 minutes of ads every hour on the hour, so I can take a break and do other stuff. But, we might just chat this time and see what people want to build, because I know someone was asking me for Crimson Aristocracy styling earlier, and I was like, huh, that's hilarious. I'm not doing that right now. Are you crazy? Out Pizza of a Hut? Are you insane? But, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Alright, I need to send you a Yumi. There you go. Alright, Corey. Go ahead. What's up? What have I missed in the last 2 hours? Oh, we just built a new plane. We're building a mono-wing fighter for Silver Snow style. I can just show it off quickly. I just sent it to Corey to get finalized. Oh, Corey, you could probably copy most of the engine from the Yari, by the way, with like the way you did the pipe in here, because I do really like that. Oh god. He's freaking out again. Oh, I hope that doesn't factor in when we're doing stuff on the airships. Food opportunities? By someone else, you mean Corey? Yeah, I was just saying about how, we'll have to send stuff around. I think I submitted that already in the past with wins on tractor beams freaking out, although that was a while ago. I think it's the props, actually. It's not the wins, it's the props doing that. Yeah, those exhausts are nice. Absolutely. Alright. In the meantime, we could work on the ice on this, but I don't want to. So, we're not going to. Alright, give me the Ronin. Give me the Ronin, thank you. Alright. Oh, someone remind me later, but I have to put the Ronin in the factory there, because all of these, like, structural icicles below the waterline here have to be converted to decos. So if it's below this point right here, it needs to be a deco. Because, if you look at this, they're not decos right now. So I do need that to get converted. If someone wants to go through and do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Drag isn't real. Unfortunately, it is, and this one only goes like 20 meters a second because of it. Actually, how fast did I get this thing going? Show me what you got. Oh, give him a second. He's still warming up, chat. He is an ice boat, after all. You gotta keep in mind. There we go. Yeah, see, his drag is, it's a little silly. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. He gets a little silly here. He still does hit 20, though, which is nice. Wait, power use? Max... Huh? Oh, okay, there we go. Steam propeller. I forgot we were using steam. I was like, what do you mean there's no power use? Hello? But no, we intentionally did that. I will say, I do love the way this one looks. What mods creates those waves? This is the render distance mod. That's what creates the wakes and the trees on land. The Ronin has fuel tanks? It does indeed. That was for originally something else that I was going to put on it, and then I forgot to take them out. Yes. The Ronin is not finalized as a concept. Like, it's finalized aesthetically, it's not finalized functionality-wise yet. It's fine, ice is really slippy, right? So no drag. Now, unfortunately, there is still drag, so... I will probably throw this in the Discord if anyone wants to go through and just have all the ice below the solid bit of ice there turned into decos. It's going to be boring and it's going to be tedious, I understand that, so like I don't expect anyone to do it, it's just if anyone wants to, it's there. And it would be a massive help, honestly. Oh, we do hit, we hit 21, let's go. Alright. Honestly, it's not a bad little design. I am curious to see how much speed it would gain from doing that, though. Because like, that would be boring to watch. I would do that right now, but it would be boring to watch on stream, I feel. Alright, let's yoink him back here. Roar, using slave labor. It's not slave labor if they volunteer to do it. It's volunteer labor. But yeah, no, the fuel tanks are on there because I was gonna try something with it and then I forgot. All the drag below the COM is correcting the up pitch caused by the props. Yeah, but we can correct that in better ways so it doesn't like reduce the. Because it's not all the. I'm not saying remove all the drag beneath the center of mass. I'm saying remove all the drag beneath the bottom layer of ice. It's just so we have a flat portion of ice, or a flat portion of metal that we can then go on, right? Like right here. Because the center of mass is actually right here. And it always throws me off from the front because like the front is asymmetrical, so I keep thinking the center of mass is off. Center of mass is fine. It's just, wait, no, center of mass is off. What? No, it's not, no. See, it always pranks me, because the front is so asymmetrical. I always think that the center of mass is off. But no, it's perfectly right here. But because of how asymmetrical the fucking design is, it always makes it look like it's off, because the front is slightly asymmetrical. Oh, I'm not arguing. No, I'm not saying you're arguing. I was just explaining my thought process here. No, you're fine, Cheepachu. No worries. But yeah, honestly, God, every time I look at this, I am really happy with how we cooked on this, because this was Potat, Warless, Quarry, and probably some other people who I know Tuesday like helped with the some point in time. See, I mean, indicator sucks because it's left. It's at the left side of the bubble. Ah, okay, I see it. I see it. Jesus Simpson Christ! What? Why can I not type today? Yeah, that part I got nothing on you for. I think that's on you. But yeah, so like I'm really happy with how this turned out, and I think this is gonna be really fun. It's just hard getting every other design up to the same quality, and even then, like this is gonna need like a lot of quality, like you know, QC checks. So, all right. Do we discuss the next evolution of this style? Do we want to do an arsenal ship, or do we want to do like a another in the shogunate line? I don't know what I'm gonna call the catamaran subfaction, because like the catamarans are gonna be very specific, right? And they're gonna be the most common. I love that freeways was censored there. That's insane. Twitch automog would be crazy. Do a trimaran? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Honestly, we can try doing a single hull version. I did try this the other day, and I didn't like how it turned out, so let's try it again. Alright, so... Actually, you know what? First we're gonna do... We're just gonna yoink this. Just so I don't have to do any ice today. Because I feel like I've made my opinion on ice known. Me? Oh yeah, just make ice. Me also doesn't like having to make ice. That's what all you silly goobers are for, obviously. So I don't have to do all the hard parts of my campaign. Alright, here we go. Yoink. Prefab. Alright. Yoink. There we go. I will say the other thing we have to go through is do some deco efficiency, because I decoed the main hull first and then put the ice over top of it, which I think does have a really nice layer, but there's probably definitely some inefficient decos in there. Like if you look at this. Yeah, see, because there's still decos underneath the ice on the hull here. So. The third way can also be a social democracy thing. Truth nuke. Oh my god. I think it was a sex one? Well, I don't think, no, I'm saying, like, no, freeway is a sex one, but I'm saying, when you're saying made shrimp freeways for Easter, I don't think you're implying that she did the shrimp. I mean, the third way is often just a euphemism for fascism. No, but it said sex-based terms, not political. The third way is we give up our political powers and are ruled by the shrimp people. Oh, that's incredible. I love that. Alright. So. How did I do this the first time, chat? That is the million-dollar question, eh? I did 2, oh, I did 2 by 2. Why did I do... Who let me cook this? Oh my god. Okay, 1 second. Alright, we're gonna try to make this work. Let's do... 6... Do 6. Then I think we'll do 8. Followed by another. No, let's do 2 6s and then 2 8s for the whiff. I think that will work out for us. There we go. Alright. Does that look too thin? Do you think that looks too thin? That might look too thin. Well, what are the width we're at right now? We're at 13 width. Okay, so that's not a lot. And we're also at quite a bit of length. Like, these are going to be longer than they are wide, obviously, but I think that might be too thin even for my builds. Finn is still frozen. Hey, Zakinator, how's it going? Good to see you. Alright, chat, we are in ads now, so apologies to anyone just coming in, but you're not going to miss much, don't worry. I'll probably just end up yapping. Alright, I'm looking at this right now, and I'm trying to figure out how we get this figure. Maybe we do maybe we do 2, 4, okay. We might be able to get away with doing 2, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 8, 8. How do we feel about that pattern, chat? Do we have any concerns, comments, questions? Did I just hear something about shrimp fascism? Don't worry about it, Cringe. It's not worth. Just don't. Look, if you don't ask, we won't talk about it. The shrimps are taking up. You telling me a shrimp took over that government? Because I'm thinking right now that this is going to be too thin. And that would be an issue. But Silver Snow like Silver Snows, yeah, you know what, fuck it. Silver Snow hulls are really thin. That's why they make catamarans. They combine 2 hulls together. So I'm just wondering as to how we'd want to do this, you know? It's still frozen, you donkey. You'll be talking in shrimp jokes for a week? Oh no. Alright. Sorry there, I bumped my mute button by accident. Alright, you know what? I think we will just... You know what? We're gonna trust the process on this one, I think. I think we'll just trust the process on this one. And then, obviously, we have our little plasma here. I think that works, yeah. Yeah, because I didn't even think, how did we do this the first time with the plasma, even? Jesus. Alright, so that is just... Oh, yeah, it actually works really easily. Trust the process, true. See, I just put a hardline shrimp in power and roasting. Oh my god. A hardline shrimp in power is incredible. See, the issue with this, though, is that even though the ice covers it up, I do realize that, unlike with Crimson Aristocracy, where like it folds back into the hull, it doesn't do that on these. Which I'm wondering if that's something I want to do. Because like Silver Snow has very V-shaped ships, but now that I've learned how to make proper like tumble home designs, I do be curious, you know. All right, let's actually bring this in by 1, I think. So let's do this, because how's it done over here? It's... Yeah, it's always at the edge, okay. Wait, no, that means here then it doesn't... Oh, god damn it, okay. Okay, I see what went wrong. I see what's happening here. I have to rebuild my own style. Alright, what if we do a Tumble Homes Only campaign, chat? Have we considered this? Tumble Homes Only, no items, final destination. Because, like, let's say I do this, okay? Is that going to be enough? Okay, one second. I'm going to tear apart here and see where I put the ice. No, I did put them 1 in. Why did I second guess myself? Why did I even second guess myself? That's silly. No more second guessing, chat. Forbidden. Trust the process. You're right, I should have trusted the process. Alright. There we go. Alright. There we go. Now we got something we're cooking with here. The other issue we run into, though, is, now what? Because obviously we put the 2 meters in here, right? Because we want it to carry off where it's extended from. But, like, we only have so much room for an arsenal ship. So I guess we put, like, a bunch of canted missile launchers up front here, I guess, maybe? This doesn't feel wide enough is the issue. You know? That's where I'm at right now, chat. Does this feel wide enough? Wait, why does this have one hull? Because I want to do a one hull style. That's what I was saying earlier, where like, to expand Silver Snow's roster, I do kind of want to have a little bit of a... Actually, do I need to expand Silver Snow's roster? It only has... It's not going to be as big as, like, World Walkers, for example. World Walkers is going to be fucking massive because each one has 4 seasons. Yeah, the 2 tiers there, it looks so narrow. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, honestly, honestly, maybe a one hull style just doesn't work. I think Silver Snow just needs the 2 hulls. I feel like that's just better for it. Looks too thin for one hull. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But I don't know the faction style, so don't trust me. Well, pretty much the Ronin is the faction style right now, so... I think what we do is we keep it a 2 hull style. Because every time I've tried to do a 1 hull style, it comes up to the same finish, it's just too thin. What if you just drop the side turrets? I tried that originally just to do an arsenal ship, it still didn't work. Because you didn't have enough room for the superstructure in the center. That was where the issue lies usually, is just no room for the superstructure. Finn stuff lets you go fast, true. Alright. But we have an airship style, we have a boat style, we have a plane style now. I honestly think Silver Snow is getting to the point where, like, it's gonna be pretty good to go soon. You know? Plus all the ice is external. Well, the ice, don't worry about the ice. The ice, like, the ice will thicken it up. But it's still about, like, having enough deck space to put the CLS, for example, right? How would a Silver Snow carrier? That's a great question. One I haven't figured out the answer to yet. Does it have 2 airstrips? It could go either way, honestly. So I get it, Roar. Hull designs are reformed the head design for a faction. I should know it. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's just... I'll go on it as I go. I need to implement those again. 1 second, chat. Alright, we're back. Make it 2 airships, but make it like the IJ and Akagi? I don't know about that, honestly. I don't know if that's what I would want to do with it, you know? Oh, hello. Oh, I forgot how you... Yeah, 1 second. So there's 6 launch airships? I don't think we need that as the fin, do we? Like, do we really need that, do you think? You know? Because looking at it, like, maybe 1 airship between 2 hulls? Yeah, that could work too. The thing is, I feel like the carrier form could really work. Or what we could do is we could just reserve planes to airships. Like, do we need a sea-based carrier? You know? Like... Because I'm thinking right now, like, what if we just have all the airships? Because we already have the airships with... They're going to have planes on them, right? Like, we know that much. So I'm wondering if maybe we just keep the planes to the airships, and that could be really interesting. Because hopefully what we'd get out of this would be able to get the airships and the ships into the same fleets. And then just go from there. Obviously, campaign AI isn't that good. But, like, it could be an interesting idea. Anyway, I want to work on this one more off-stream before I before I do anything else with it. Like, I need to space out more of the areas, I think. Because I did give it the quarry, and like I like where quarry did with some of it. For most of it, I think it was just on me, because I didn't give enough spaced out areas for like what I wanted. Seeing 2 Star Wars Pirates factions duel each other in Sins 2? Hell yeah. I need to get into Star Wars Sins 2. I've been playing mostly just vanilla with my friends. I'm really having fun with it, though. I've only been playing Advent Wrath, though, so I might branch out and try other factions. Like, Neko has this really cool Exodus strategy I want to try. And then my brother and all of his friends all play Primacy, so... that could be interesting, too. I'm back from a shower. Are we doing airships now? I'm just talking about the campaign in general right now. I'm not really working on anything. Because, like, this is gonna... like, I know the Kurakami is probably gonna be a godly airship. Just by size alone. I'm gonna keep my hull simple, to be honest. Good idea. I really don't recommend doing complex hulls because I find it gets fairly complex, believe it or not. And then I'll probably get Carson or Potat to probably smooth out this blimp part. I main tech Enclave, make the Imperial Fist blush. Nice. Is Enclave or Primacy the one that gets the Garrison bonus and the Acleon Titan? I think it's Enclave that they play then, because they use the Acleon Titan. I use the Coronata, and then I actually have never played Visari, so I don't know what Neko uses, the name wise. I just know it's the big one that looks like the Supremacy class. It's Enclave? Okay, yeah. It's fun though, I'm enjoying it. We stay up way too late playing it like every Friday and Saturday though. We stay up way too late. But I think this week we're doing Dawn of War Soulstorm instead of Sins. But if we do Sins 2 again, which I wouldn't mind, I think what we'll do is might have all the guys switch to different factions just to try something new, you know? Barastra class, thank you, yes. It's the Barastra. Alright. But yeah, so I think what we do is, like, for this one, we have, you know, like, we're gonna have a massive figurehead at the front, kind of like how the Fire Nation one did. That's gonna be pretty much sculpted all out of ice. Like, we'll do an alloy underlayer, of course, and then just put ice over top of it with deco so it doesn't fuck up the balance or center of mass too much. Speaking of Sins of Solar Empire 2, is the AI art gone yet? From what I understand, that's just the AI art is used for the tech tree, and it was based off their own art models, so I don't think they stole anyone's art. I still think it's weird to use AI art, but at least from what I understood about the situation, they didn't steal it from anyone, which is nice. What does the Visari Alliance do differently from the Exodus Aperture? I assume they don't eat planets like Neko does, but still don't like AI? No, absolutely fair. Nah, I'm in the same boat. Like, I think degenerative AI should be removed. AI, if used for anything, should be for the tedious tasks that humans don't want to do. Don't fucking outsource art and culture to machines. Hey, machine, welcome. Machine, welcome in. Sorry, talking about machines. Straight up jarring in by it. Let's just say, Rorson, welcome in, machine. How's it going? We are currently working on just yapping mostly, and I'm exploring ideas for the custom campaign I'm doing. This is gonna be an airship. It's based off one of the Avatar airships. Quicker access to black market degenerative AI that's based. That's what it is. Let's be honest here. It doesn't generate shit. It fucking takes everyone else's shit and then degenerates it into whatever image you want. They have a lot of influence power, quicker access to the black market. Oh, cool, okay. But yeah. So I think we'll do the figurehead. I think the back will obviously just be like the giant fins plus like more catwalk and engines. And then I think just down below we'll do more catwalks. I think Quarry's concept with it went a little bit too curved and smooth, which is not what this faction's about. Gonna go all Butlerian Jihad on the motherfuckers. Do you wonder what's really funny, Driver, is that Jihad was not the censored word there. It was motherfuckers that got censored. That's hilarious to me. Alright, I think we're close enough to roast now, but I can just go download them and we'll be good to go. So, I will go do that. Don't snom react when I give you blueprints, Corey. Oh my god. Motherfucker. Snom reacted when I give him a blueprint. Alright, so we have Maiden, we have Pine, we have Sporana, we have the Sardine, we have the Malediction, we have the Feign, and we have Plane 2. Why did that get no... Why did that get no reacted? Oh, because... Okay, request for colors, that's why, okay. I can do Deep Water Guard colors for it, don't worry. Right, I gotta blow my nose again. Sorry, guys, Oh, hey, Machine, thank you for the follow. Okay, 1 second. Alright, there we go. We're back. Plane 2, playing harder. So true. Alright. When can I learn playing hard AI? Advent allies have a crap ton of metal and crystal. Oh yeah, no, Advent's economy kind of goes hard if you can scale it up, and it's just... So, I was talking with Neko about it. It's like, Visari are really good early game with the Raiders, at least for Exodus, and end game with the capital ship spam. Tech is really good mid game when they get their trade started, and then they kind of fall off towards the end game as they just can't keep up with the power scaling of the other two factions. Advent is just consistently good the entire time. Like early game, they have some really good units. They're if you start with like a Rapture, for example, you can early game steal other people's units. Like I know one of my things I do is I find a planet with heavy cruisers, and the first thing I do is I send my my battle cruiser out there and I steal all the heavy cruisers and then use those against like any early attacks, right? So like Advent is just consistently good throughout the entire game. Like they have good late game power scale and they're good in the mid game. Like they never really fall off, but they don't have the same highs that the other factions do. Like early game, or like like late game Visari capital spam, we'll probably win against most Advent fleets. But it's like Advent can still hold up their own. Plane 2, the hit sequel to Plane, true. Jihad means much more than what most of you think. For example, if Muslims start fighting against climate change, that essentially commit jihad against climate change. Oh, I'm aware, Cruiser. It's just, like, I know the meaning behind it. I'm just saying that, like, for the modern political climate with how shit's going lately, I'm surprised that it was motherfuckers that got censored, that's all. But yeah, no, it is actually really interesting to look deeper into a lot of Islamic philosophy and, like, where a lot of stuff comes from. Because I know, what was I gonna say? Like, I know when I was younger, I took a world religions class and we went to a bunch of, like, different sects of Islam around, like, Ontario, where I grew up. And it was super interesting. Being able to see, like, the different temples and the different styles and all that. Or mosques, sorry. But, the temples were for the Hindu unit. But, so remember we had I want to say an Ismaili. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Yeah, it was Ismaili. We went to an Ismaili for a field trip, and it was super interesting to learn just how, like, because like I knew about Shia and Sunni, of course, because like those are the two main ones. But I got to learn a lot about like Zaidis, Ismailis. There's another one which I'm forgetting right now. Ibadi I learned about on myself, but that one was more like my own. Like, oh hey, that's cool. It wasn't taught to me. What are you talking about? I missed a lot of it since I was fixing my keyboard because it disconnected for no reason. Oh, we're just talking about we were talking about how I was confused by what term got censored when someone said jihad earlier, and then Cruiser was just talking about how jihad means a lot more than what most of the Western world thinks, and then I got yapping about my old religious studies class. Anyway, it's time for roast and roasts. Give me 2 seconds here as I quickly clean out the roast folder from all the white flares crap I've been building recently. Or I've been building. Bork's been building it. I've just been reviewing it so you can get it in game. Put all of y'all in here. God, I have so many blueprints I need to go back and like actually finish. There we go. Take all of you guys and put you in there. Put you in there. And then I think you go here, and then the rest of you go here. Yeah, just replace all those. And then realize that the Rapture actually needs to go in the Priest one, not the Zealot one. And there we go. Alrighty. Guess I can make my BB have the Yamato style bow. Honestly, you can make your BB have whatever you want. Just keep in mind it's going to be difficult. Like, the more difficult you make it, the harder it will be, right? Which would be how you expect it to be. Get them Anvar and some Moolah and you're golden. Oh yeah, absolutely. Alright. Let's get into roasts now, shall we? We don't have too many today, which is nice, so we'll be able to pivot over to whatever we want to do next. Has anyone thought of what we want to do next? Because I am open to many ideas. I'm not sure if I want to do Pokemon Gaia or if I want to do Wind Waker, though. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, we have the Tasky Maiden. Oh, it's just a little guy. Look at him. It's just a little guy, chat. You ever notice that the admin cap ships except Radiance need Anvar, and war-wise they're black market currency and is a drug? Oh, only a few of them need Anvar. I know the carrier... I find a lot of them need red and Indarium, or whatever the gray one is. Yeah, this is just a minuscule fellow. Why is he so small? I assume this is for Sector 7 TPD. He is just a little guy, though. I do quite like him. I'm trying to think of, like, he's very square, but, like, not in a bad way, because he rounded the corners, which is nice. I'm trying to think of, like, what you could do differently, but honestly, I think he's fine. I don't think he needs many changes. Sorry, my nose is still a little bit clogged. I love it there's no driver's side door. Oh, no, there is. Okay, it's just... Oh, that's a really weird one. Okay, I see how you did that. Interesting. Maybe put a little step platform so people can get into the door. Because I see the little handle there, but I feel like that'd be really hard to reach into with how big the wheels are. Nose clogged, you say? I swear to God, Neko, it's just me another fucking audio of you breathing normally. I was dusting a lot yesterday, and it's just I breathed in too much dust when I was dusting. But the house is now dusted, which is nice. Belongs to Sector 7? Yeah, it's based on the loaf? Ah, I see. Okay, cool. This is a cute little guy, I like it. Why is it called the Maiden, though? That's my question. Sardine. What the fuck is this? Okay. Interesting. What colors would work best? It's probably Onyx Watch if it's dark, right? Yeah. Why did you build a battle bus? Is this the bus you said you were building for civilian defense because you declared war on too many people? Sardine. What happened here? You don't have a mask for Dustin? I didn't think I was going to need one, honestly. Because what had happened is I was dusting a little bit, which is why I didn't grab the mask, because I figured I was only going to do a little bit, and then I ended up just getting into the groove of it, so I didn't stop to get a mask. I was, like, in the zone, right? Corporal Bus met the store as many lads as possible. Okay, I see. Interesting. Why is there luggage on top instead of down below? Dustin out here with his fluffies? Oh, yes, this is a horde abomination. Yeah, okay. Wide doors for wide lads? Yeah, I see. Interesting. I wonder what maybe we should declare war on Sector 7, honestly. I don't think anything like this should be allowed to exist. I think, here, actually reviewing it, though. I think definitely make it a little bit taller. Because as buses are, like, you never really see wide buses like this, right? Buses are usually taller. And then having the luggage sporadically on top doesn't make much sense, so I'd put that down below and like a bay down here. Fun fact, not alloy. Why is it not alloy? Did you decoed each individual... You know this is gross, right? Like, you are aware this is disgusting, right? You better fucking realize this is disgusting. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna actually give you a review now. Fuck that, cringe. You don't get one now. Get that shit out of here. Get that shit out of here. Yeah, the historic European house grew wheels, honestly. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, first thing I'll say is I actually really like the hull on this fin. Unfortunately, your sails go in the water, which means you're already... Don't mind the color, off-colored mess up front. I'll fix them. Yeah, no worries. I'm more concerned about the fact that you don't float, boy. You don't... He doesn't float, Orange. Place your AI here because I need to fix up decos. Oh, okay, so... those are probably annotations from Syrup. Ooh, I love this back here. This is clean. Putting the Deepwater Guard symbol as the window decoration. Okay, that's pretty solid. That I can respect, but you're still underwater and rapidly sinking. So, I love the sail design. That's also pretty cool, because Deepwater Guard doesn't do square sails. And I like the hull. I feel like it needs a little bit more clutter up top, though. That looks like it should float. You'd think so, but it probably just doesn't have air pumps. Yeah. Or, no, actually, it's because it doesn't have any bottom. I wonder why this doesn't float. Looks underneath. Ah, I see. But no, honestly, I also love the little turret in here. Like, oh, you know what? Turreted sail ships. That's a concept, isn't it, chat? Why have I not thought of turreted sail ships before? That's such a good concept. Ah, 10 people all. Thank you for the 13 months. Wow. Nice Chinese joke. Yeah, honestly. It's not bad. I really like how Orange and Syrup did, because I know Syrup helped. I don't know how much Syrup did versus how much Orange helped. He's on a diet, don't shame him. Okay, you can't say he's on a diet when his entire bottom fell out. Like, where is his keel? But no, I think we're going to be stealing this for World Walker ideas, actually. Because I think World Walkers could really benefit from some turreted crams off to the side. That's a really good idea. Still has more bottom than me. True. Congrats on the year too. I know, wild, eh? We did our 1 year last month, and it's been incredible. This is like losing your feet to diabetes. Yeah, your boat has gout. I've never seen someone give their boat gout before. But yeah, no, I like. There's a lot of good concepts here. I'm excited to see this finished, Orange. New faction? No, this is supposed to be a gold water build. I will say, a little bit too much paint. You need some unpainted wood somewhere. Or maybe just some unpainted areas like right here. Like, get the paint off this. Yeah. Nah. Sorry, I have a hair stuck in my mouth. How did I even get that? I shaved my beard this morning. Like, my hair's not that long yet, I don't think. Maybe I need a haircut. Hank Hill type bottom. Tags exhibitionist. Hey, 99, how's it going? Yeah, that's the final looking boat. Yeah, Orange made this. We're just reviewing it right now. I love the sails at the front, though. Those are always fun. And I love the little Deepwater Guard design at the back. That is incredible. So I'm really excited to see where you take this. Alright. Malediction 2, also as a name, feels a little bit too, I don't know, it feels a little bit too dark for Deepwater Guard. Like, Deepwater Guard is, like, whimsical. It's not really evil, you know? Alright, Pine Class Destroyer. First thing I see is you have a V-shaped bow. So, first thing I'm going to recommend is, over here, get rid of this little offset here. Also, split this up so it's not just 4 meters. Like, do some, you know, 4 meters, 3 meters, stuff like that, right? Just so you don't have that perfect angle, which a lot of ships lack. You want to have... You forgot to shave your tongue. Oh, you're right, my bad. You got it while cleaning your fur. Obviously, I don't have fur. Colon-free war crimes. Blaze, how's it going? Good to see you. War crime. You can't... Okay, Carson, you can't come in here and just colon-free war crimes. War crime. Oh my god, guys. Secured lifeboats. I did notice secured lifeboats. We love this. I love how that's the biggest change I've seen in the FTD community. Is that it's not like more people beating Deepwater Guard. It's just more people are finally securing their lifeboats. Morrison definitely has fur. I do not.
Rustin, I have a message from the
Morrison?
field. :3.
Oh, of course. Going good, but I'm so eepy. We'll get some sleep then, Blaze. What are you doing in here? Has never provided evidence to the contrary. What do you mean has never provided evidence to the contrary? Turret looks like it has a mullet. It does, doesn't it? I don't like that. Yeah, your turret backs are a little bit too far back. I like to brag that I've always secured my lifeboats with rope, of course. Yeah, so your turret goes a little bit too far back here. Good rule of thumb I find is that if you're going to shape a turret like this, always, if you end it with a 1 meter at the front, end it with a 1 meter at the back. Keeps them proportional. Keep our morale high by scaring the shit out of the crew. Oh, do we now? That's crazy. Hello, OBS? Yeah? Alright, you good, buddy? Okay, good. OBS didn't crash. We already know that he has more hair than his model shows. It's also found to depict his fur as no real spread. Oh my god. Contributed to the memes channel. What did you send? What did you send? Okay, I just saw the one you sent me in DMs. That's incredible. Oh my god. You guys and your colon furries. Rory uses a Vtuber avatar pretending to be human. We all know that he's actually half man, half bear, half pig. Why half... My first question in all of this is, do you know how halves work? My second question is, huh? Rosen is a certified orange cat. I'm not even orange! I'm blonde. It's a South Park joke. I have never seen South Park in my life. Man, bear, pig, colon for yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I would not have guessed that in a million years. All right. Oh, simple weapons. Who is this? Admiral Helen. Tisk tisk. I see what's happening here. Hydrovillas are fine. Hey, Montana. You're a tan, that's close enough. Okay, but like it's an actual tan. It's not like a fake spray tan. Or I'm sorry to have to tell you, but you are orange. No, I'm not. You being cereal? He's back. Can you confirm that you also speak of those Canadians in South Park? I've never seen South Park. I wouldn't know what it is. Man, bear, pig is an allegory for... What? No, Roar's clearly a penguin with human hair. That is a reference and a half. Damn. I honestly, too, like, I bet you, like... Who would know about that joke here? That would be Neko, that would be me, that would be you, that would be Carson, that would be Cruiser. And maybe Swillboy. I don't think anyone else here remembers the penguin with hair. I'll get the picture. I'm so glad you have that saved. Wait, Rory uses Donald Trump brand spray tan. I do not use spray tan. I don't tan that darkly. Yes, I'm serious. They were making fun of that one politician, but kept talking about global warming in the 90s. You mean Al Gore? We still have the emote? We have it in the Discord server. I don't think we have it in Twitch anymore, because I had to switch out which ones are my free ones, didn't I? Yeah, we don't have it in Twitch anymore, sadly. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I knew Cruiser would remember. You mentioned it early on, to be honest. No, I said I didn't use spray tan. It's an actual tan. Because there's the 90s, global warming wasn't real. That one, yeah. Sent. I can't remember if the no, by the time I first streamed with Borderwise, I would have had the emote would have still been there, but I would have had the model by that point. Because I was a full VTuber by the time Borderwise and I started chatting. Alright, are these up props? No, these are roll props. Okay. Okay, you're safe this time. Okay, chat, we need to talk about better ways to use torpedo interceptors. Chat, we need to have a talk, okay? You can't keep just putting turreted torpedo turrets on the bottom of your ship and calling it a day. Like, come on, chat. Put them in the torpedo bulge. Everyone knows this. Yeah, Munch's Carrot. What's up, prop? Oh my god. I know, like, you had the model, but I swear it got brought up in a collab sometime. It may have. It may have been brought up, but I'm saying, like, by that point, it wasn't my PFP anymore, it was just my model. The fuck is that hull ship? Why'd it go down in the back? 1 second, don't be rude. So it has a stern here, which is fine. It's a very flat stern. Yeah, I feel like I just want to see a little bit more decos here. In terms of, like, you know, really smoothing out the hull. Oh, you're talking about here. Yeah, that part I have no idea. It might just be to fit more turrets? I'm not sure. Those are missile turrets, those are simple weapons, so... I'm not sure what else. The superstructure is very basic. Honestly, I think you need to stop using 1 meter props, like 1 meter slopes so much. Start using 2 meters more, you know? Get some 2 meters in here, make it look really nice and fancy. Like, you did great back here. No, that's still 1 meters, never mind. I thought that was a 2 meter for a second because it looked longer. But, like, you need to... Oh, yeah, here. There's a 2 meter, right here. Like, you need to shape a little bit more, I feel. Like, right here, for example, even just this would do wonders for shaping. Stuff like that, right? Are you slope shaming? I am, yes. Even just do that there, right? And then, like, work underneath. Tons of different ways you could add more sloping into this, so it's not just all 1 meters. Because I think it's the 1 meters that's really screwing over your shaping profile. Same at the front, don't just use 4 meters, like blend in some 3 meters in there as well. I think that could be really good. Can't believe Roar's slope shaming now. What do you mean you can't believe it? I feel like that's a well-established fact that I do this regularly. This is a roast? It's not a roast, it's a review. Chad just likes to call them roast. Also, massive torpedo tubes. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, this is a roast. It is the place for slope shaming. Okay, I see. Alright. Plane 2. Deepwater card colors were requested. I'm not sure why, because this is not a Deepwater guard plane. Custom faction, maybe, Scrimp? I see it's a turbo prop. You have the little fuel pods. Oh, I love the little guided bombs you have. That's cute. Those bombs are way too big for this plane, though. This is like RTS proportions. Oh my god. You would never be able to... Where's his lift? Poor little guy. Also, a jet plane with non-retractable landing gear is incredible. I have so many questions about this design. The landing gear not with that added. Oh, I read that not with that altitude, right? I was like, you know what, fair enough, but I love it. He's adorable. This whole plane feels RTS. Yeah, this feels like mobile game as proportions. Koro Q point. I will say, I do love... So this is what I mean. I said it in... I say it in the Goldwater video, which I need to... I got so much editing done yesterday, and it's still not enough. Because every time I edit in a joke, I'm like, oh, this would work really well here, too. And then like I just get sucked into an edited black hole. But I mentioned in the Goldwater video that by emphasizing like one feature of a plane and then making everything else around it smaller, you can add an aspect of adorableness. But if you do it too much, then the proportions are completely fucked. This is a good example of like, you know, you really emphasized the size of the bombs to make the whole plane feel smaller. And it gives that like adorable little like proportions, right? Which I do like. That is really cool. Shit at the back looks like someone welded a rocket booster to a plane. It was done IRL to limited success. Ah, I see. Yeah, it kind of does look like a rocket booster, doesn't it? Interesting. The other thing I'll say here is make the prop a little bit bigger. Again, it goes back to that whole like adorable thing, but like the prop being small really contributes to like how it feels tiny. Are you planning to upload a YouTube video on your main channel soon? Yes, that's why I said the Goldwater video was almost done. I got a lot of work done on it yesterday. It's just I keep adding stuff to it. Honestly, the answer with that is like it'll be released when it's done, and I'm not gonna rush myself to get stuff out when I would like it to be correct, right? I still stream 4 days a week. Like it's not like I'm not doing any content, but it's just YouTube takes longer because it's a different style, right? So don't tell me it's soon plus 2 weeks from now. The other option is I could just not do it if you guys prefer. Like, if you guys are gonna act like this, I just won't do it. I don't need to. I have streaming. I'm fine. Like, honestly, chat, don't be dicks about it. Like, smarten up. Because I'm doing the tutorials because I want to be able to help the community, right? It's not, like, it's one of those things where it's... I understand, yeah, it takes a while, but also it takes a while to learn each style, too. So if you want the tutorials done correctly, it's going to take a while. It's just the reality of the situation. Alright. Anyway, aside from this, yeah, I really like this script. This is good. I do think it's just an adorable little plane. Good job on that. Secretly just annoyed at DM on more and more Ron builds. Yeah, every time Neko DMs me a Ron build, it's delayed by a week. Alright, Sporana. Oh, it's a little fish. So I will say, as always, with the, this is probably this is driver's build for Cruiser's custom campaign, I'd assume. When you do a lot of spherical builds like this in FD, it just looks unnatural and uncanny. I know that's the point of cruisers like contested miss builds, so there's no worries there, but god, every time it's so off-putting. It is a cute little fish, though. I don't recognize the fish it's based off of, aside from the fact that it has the spore. This is the spore omnivore's second tier mouth. It's like, so if you know, like, there's 3 lines of omnivore mouths, this is second row, second column. So one that makes the monkey sound. This is exactly that mouth from Spore. But aside from that, the rest of this looks pretty good. I want to have the community translated to English. I want more workers put in the mines. True. It was made intentionally clunky, but it's sort of cartoony. Yeah, I really like it, Scrimp. It looks good. You did a good job on it. Yeah, very Spore inspired. I see. An Omnispore, if you will. I love that the eyes glow, too. That's adorable. Some, like, deep sea fish will have it where their eyes glow, so they can communicate with each other, and it's really interesting. The outbursts pulsate? Oh, cool. So what kind of weapon does this guy have? He has missiles. Okay, fair enough. Because I was going to say, I know what... I don't think he would win against a Moby Dick, I'm not going to lie. In Sport, if you will. Oh my god. Even has the jet at the back from the bacterial stage? Oh, true. You're right, it does. Oh my god. I'm so sad Spore deleted the aquatic stage. The aquatic stage would have been so cool. But, nope. Fane, okay. Ooh, okay, this is new. Oof. Alrighty. So, my first one I've noticed is that you have... This is a hovercraft or an airship? This is an airship. So, first thing I notice. What's the part of the airship you stare at most? From fish to armored brick? Funky? Yeah. So, my issue with airships, and most people mess up, is that if you're going to build an airship, you have to detail the underside. Sprana is the name I bestowed upon him? Oh, nice. I like this little fin. Yeah, it's adorable. Yeah, exactly. The bottom is the part you stare at the most, and so you need to make sure that the bottom looks good. Again, what I always recommend is armored vents around the jets. Because A, it looks like that way they're more armored, and that way B, you can get some like segmented areas. Or alternatively, just put the jets behind grades like what happened back here, that's fine too. I would just continue this forward up until the front jets as well. Yeah, side jets are fine. Back here is fine. Why did you not do it on the effort jets as well? That's weird. And then aside from that, like, it's just completely flat down here. And that doesn't really, you know... But it doesn't do it. What if you prefab it and place it upside down, work on it upside down and place it back in? In reference to what? The bottom of the airship? I don't think the method of manufacturing here is the issue, Doe. I think it's just... like, the actual lack of detailing on the bottom in general. You know, understructure is always cool, true. I'm not saying not everyone needs an understructure, obviously. But, like, you need something down there. Like, SD does it really well, where they add a lot of segments down at the bottom to make them look like spaceships, right? Sorry, I was stretching. So, like, I think that's an idea that could be pursued here. Is to just, tackle it by going underneath and like, adding some detail. Even if you just add auxiliary tanks, like, you know, storage tanks or whatnot, whatever you need. But like, you can't just keep it flat like this, because it looks really bad, and that's the side you're going to be viewing most of the time, right? Alright, up here, I like the bridge pack. That's interesting. It kind of gives it like a nose little effect. And over here you have intakes. That's fine. Like, put some intakes on the bottom too, you know what I mean? The overall shaping, though, is very square still, and I'm not sure what you're intending to do with it. Like, are you going for a castle look? Like, what kind of look are you going for here? Because, like, I see back here, it's a very flat area, right? So, I'm not entirely sure what you're going for here, but there's different possibilities for sure. But yeah, biggest issue for sure, just get down here. Even if you just slope it out so it's not flat, right? Looks like a landing pad? Oh yeah, that might be a good point actually, yeah. Alright, and that's all of FTD today. So let's go back to the main menu, and we can just chat for a bit, I think, actually. Here, you guys will have your main menu time. Why is that so dark? Hello? Alright, I guess you guys won't have main menu time. Sorry about that, guys. But, maybe we'll just yap for the last few minutes. And I was thinking of swapping games, honestly. But I think we might just raid out early today. Because I don't know, I'm not really feeling motivated to like I don't there's nothing I really intensely want to play right now, you know what I mean? F main menu time. Do you guys want it even if it's dark still? I can try. Don't know how good it's gonna look, but main menu, yeah. Alright, you guys get some main menu time. But exists. Welcome in, Necro, how's it going? But yeah, so it's one of those things where it's like I'm not really, because like normally like I'll swap out from F to D or I'll swap out from an art and I'll be like really intensely want to play a game, right? But I got nothing today. I'm not gonna lie. It's just one of those days. The sun will rise. True. Ooh. Oh, let's go melee pack submarines. Oh, I gotta build one of those. I gotta build one of those for Silver Snow, honestly, or not Silver Snow, but what was the faction we had the packs? Crimson Aristocracy. Melee packs are something I've always wanted to use and yet I've never really gotten into. Been doing custom work, my custom adventure for my CC. It's bored? Fair. Oh, you know what? That's something we could talk about actually. Do we want to flesh out more of the factions? Like if I take a quick break here, chat. Do we want to talk about the lore for the faction? Because I've expanded some of the lore and honestly we can just write out whatever else we want to do. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, war stream? Hell yeah, we can swap over to a war stream then. Alright, here, let me go use the washroom real quick here. And I will be right back, chat. Do you guys want your yeah, you guys can have your main menu time, I'll be right back. Cool. Alright. Alrighty, chat. I am back. Now, hey, I don't know much about EverCC, so I'm mainly just talking about Neater. Oh, here, one second, I messed up. War, my bulwark. We can talk about wood again. Yippee! Warston. Alright, so. I'll quickly switch this over to a war stream. Actually, we're already talking about the CC, so I guess that counts as a war stream already. Alright, so. How would I want to set this up? Actually, you know what? Let's just chat. Honestly, let's just chat. I don't have my just chatting screen yet. That will be soon, though, and I'm very excited for it. But, you have a pen, so it'll be a lot easier to draw something for it. The tablet's not actually charged. I was gonna let it full charge for tomorrow's, like, lesson, because we went for a long time last week. I think we went about, like, 3 hours of class time. So I'm going to let that charge today. Because the battery lasts a long time. Because, like, I haven't had it on the charger since I got it, right? So aside from, like, when it's plugged into the computer, but even then, like, using Clip Paint Studio while plugged in still causes it to drain the battery. So, I actually really like the lore segments you've done in the past. I find City lore, both for Neater and CCs, to be pretty unexplored, which is a shame because it's quite fun. There's quite a bit of lore going on in Neater. It's just that it's hidden, it's like behind so many layers, right? And mostly on the Discord. Now, when I think about it, I don't know much about other CCs, so I'm mainly just talking about Neater. Chats them. We're gonna have a just chat and screen soon. We absolutely are. I'm gonna be using it for the Saturday classrooms. And then after the just chat and screen, we get the Maidstone model, because I have a order of fins I wanted to get first. Can find faction lore in the faction editor wall. Oh, can you? Okay, that's good. But yeah, so we know for Silver Snow that like they're an outside force that are coming into the archipelago from the north. We know that the World Walkers are kind of like, you know, druidic elves that have been here and slowly pushed out of the archipelago. Aside from like their little sacred place, like sacred areas down in the southeast. We know the dwarves are in the northeast, just chilling around some volcanoes. And then we know that the aristocracy and the loyalists are fighting in the center of the map. Why are Steel Strider's ships shaped like sharks? Because it's just one of the corporations that builds them, tried an experimental style. That's why you have the shark ships. Silver Snow, more like Silver Dawn. I actually... Is that a... well, the most accessible place to keep it? True. Honestly, FTD would do well with an encyclopedia, kind of like the Cyclopedia. Where I can just like hit F1 at the menu and just read through all the different ships. Marketing? Yeah, Solachi, thank you, that's the one. But, it's one of those fins, too, where... what am I going here for? Oh, see, I'm actually so used to having my tablet so I can draw out ideas as I talk about it, but it's weird to not be able to do that. Maybe I should get that... Do I want to use... What am I at percentage-wise? Let me double check for you, chat. We're at... Oh, it's at 100%. Chat, have you earned the draw tablet today is the question. Have you earned a draw tablet? I'm not gonna lie, SD, Borderwise, a Stonelight Presence and Silver Snow all fit that outsider coming in and messing stuff up role. Yeah, kind of. MS Paint Time. I'm deciding if I want to use the draw on top because it's like I don't know how long I'm gonna yap for. If we go past like 30 minutes, I'll grab the tablet and start explaining stuff better. But yeah, so like the Crimson Aristocracy, the Silver Snow territory, and the Loyalist territory all used to be part of the Principality of Karf, or technically Karf Empire, but they still called themselves a principality because they didn't want to get. Something about emperors, they don't like emperors, alright? Yes, please use it. The Casket Bolt's crams are clipping. Yeah, that's already being fixed in the next update. I'm playing on stable right now so I can use mods. Talking about my mods just rendered in there. I saw that. But, oh, there's the Frost Vector and Jet. I gotta get Frost Vector on some of my stuff. It looks super interesting to use. I know Carb has a breadboard for it that he uses. Oh, incendiary missiles, that's new. That plane must have been updated recently. But, the way I... Yeah, so, like, the aristocracy... Yeah, maybe I will use the writing board, actually. Alright, chat, 1 second, I'll be right back. I'll get it set up. That we might end up right back here, or wherever we are now. Slow floating under the stars now. It's okay to be uncertain, 'cause I'm certain it's fine. Alright, chat, we're back. There you go. So, we're set up here, obviously. Let's talk about the CC, okay? I'll switch over to just chatting, I think. Hello, category? Oh, my category feature isn't working. Hello? That's strange, to say the least. There we go. Okay, that was weird. Oh, because my stream is... I love it. OBS is dying the moment I switch over. That's so cool. Alright. Well, let's get that fixed real quickly there. Let's see how this goes. Come on, come back. You gonna work, buddy? Alright. Alright, we're back, chat. Would you look at that? Okay, we solved the dilemma. One second, I can take off my hard hat. There we go. Alright, so, I apologize for that. The VOD did not fall. Yes, the VOD did not fall, which was surprising there, honestly. So let's get that music back up. Just restore that window, please. Thank you. Alright, let's see if any of this wants to work now, shall we? Oh, it just died again. Really? Yeah, it just died again. Alright, well in that case, I guess we're just going to, I guess we'll just have to raid out then. Cool. Alright, I'm just gonna raid out then. Sorry guys. Alright, let's see who's live. If it's even working right now. Oh, is it back? Oh. Because it's not back on my side. Oh, it's okay. It's back on my side. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Alright, can you guys hear me? Is it my tablet? My tablet shouldn't be causing that much Wi-Fi. Infinite stream delay? Yeah, that's fine. Give it a second to load. All right, it's no longer dropping frames. It's when I opened Twitch. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's put that on like 160 so I don't have to see the stream. All right, the VOD didn't fall. We're good. The VOD didn't fall, chat. I can hear us then. Okay, I'm gonna try this once more. If it doesn't work again, I'm just gonna raid out. We'll probably go raid. You know what? We'll figure out how we want to raid. Let's not worry about that because let's worry about how to get this to work. All right, let's try this again. Actually, we might raid Nemo because I haven't raided Nemo before. Okay, so we are going. I'm just gonna turn off the art tablet part for right now. Roar's OBS functionality looking like a sine wave. Honestly, it's insane. All right, connect. Do that. Are we dying again? Because it seems to be every time I open up the Windows Connect screen, but it just dies. Okay, that works. You gonna die again, buddy, or are you good? Okay, seems stable so far. Now let's get the music back. All right, we got the music back. Can you guys hear the music? No. Okay. Okay, we can hear the music now. All right. Now we put on the art tablet. Okay. Maybe it just had a heart attack because we tried to do everything all at once, right? But it seems like it's fine now. So I'm going to assume it's fine in the future. OBS release roar now. Chat needs to listen. Okay, there we go. I think we got this. All right. So I'm gonna start drawing here, and we can just chat about the lore. It's gonna be a lot easier to chat because I won't have to worry about talking with my hands like I normally do. Surely it'll be fine. Yes, truly, nothing bad will happen from this point onwards. So, let me raise the brightness real quick. There we go. All right. Let's grab some charcoal for this one. Actually, I've been sketching with charcoal a lot lately. So let's divvy the world up, okay? So let's have some. Let's have some northern islands up here. That's a little bit too big. 1 second, chat's blocked right now. You have a few minutes of stream delay. Let's just refresh the page then, though. That's the best I can say. Is if you have stream delay, just refresh the page. We're doing a lore discussion, so it's not going to be too bad, at least. But, alright. Because I can't change the stream delay on my side. Unless I restart OBS again, which I would rather not risk right now, honestly. What I did forget to do is I forgot to switch this to just chatting, though. Alright. Oh, shit. That hit the fucking tablet instead of the keyboard. Alright, there we go. Alright. Alright, I've reloaded the page. Alright, sounds good. Seems fine. Hey, good to hear. Yeah, most of the time with the stream delay, you just have to reload the page. It's the best solution for it. Oh, righty. We seem to be good. So let's draw a quick little map here, okay? So let's say we have a bunch of little islands up in the top left here. Yeah? This is going to be like exactly how they're going to look, but we're just doing a very basic amount here. So, like, island there. Island there. Island here. And like, let's do like one here as well. Okay, so you have that northwestern archipelago. That's where Silver Snow starts. So Silver Snow came in from the north and rapidly took the northern territories of the former empire. We then have the big island in here. This is where the Crimson Aristocracy took over. So this is why people were like, oh, maybe we'll need a land, maybe we'll need like a land units. Because I realized that this is a large island. Well, probably does. I'll just probably have rivers go between. Maybe not rivers, but maybe like, maybe I'll split the big island, honestly. Let's do like a little bit more shapely islands, yeah? Geography is hard. World building is hard. Then just round that out because no geo. Actually, you know what? I kind of want like a little sandbar here, I think, going towards the north. Like a little peninsula, you know? Alright, and then over here, do a natural harbor in here as well. There we go. Maybe not exactly like that. It's been a while since I've had to do cartography, honestly. Land roadwalkers? Oh god. Could you imagine? There we go. Alright, we'll do something like that. And this is the big island that was overtaken by Crimson Aristocracy when they got in charge. And down here we'll do like a bunch of different little areas that kind of split off into one another. Some little islands down here. There we go. This is going to be a very loose approximation, of course. I'll probably modify it as time goes on. Or how detailed would the geology be? Well, it's FTD, so you can't really do a lot of detailed geology. Looks like a spaceship? I guess, kind of. Like, I'll do my best to get, like, realistic-ish world building, but it's one of those things right now where I'm just kind of scoping it out, like, area-wise. And then you have a smaller island down here. Which is this, so, like, you have Big Carf and Little Carf, which is going to be this one down here. Just do that basic shape for now. Obviously, it'll be different in the long run. There we go. And this is where the loyalists are. So they had to flee the mainland to get to this smaller island down here. Actually, one second. Let's make that a little bit smaller. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Keep you up there. I want this button. There we go. And then we just move you. Come on. Make you a little bit smaller. I do love it. Clip Paint Studio allows this, and then move you over there. There we go. Alright, and then you get some volcanic islands up here. That's the wrong tool. They got the right shape though, just the wrong tool, unfortunately. So. There we go. Alright, so we have those volcanic islands. Do a larger one in here. Let's sketch that a little bit better. There we go. Carfia Major and Carfia Minor. It'll probably just be, yeah, like Carf Majoris, Carf Minoris, stuff like that. Looks like Hawaii. Shh, ignore that. I was making a volcanic island chain. It won't look like that in the final version. Okay. Might want to drop this in the Discord with labels and descriptions for later. I'll probably do like a full... Maybe that's what we'll do, Do you guys want a cartography lesson tomorrow on how to do proper cartography? Because, like, I'm just doing this super simply right now, but, like, what we could do is, like, an actual big, proper, cartography lesson tomorrow. Also, I love it. This is literally just a smiley face here. I just realized. Just a really happy face with Hawaii on either side. But, that'd be neat. Yeah? Okay, maybe. Because I did have Flint Knapping prepared for tomorrow, but honestly, it's been a while since I've studied Flint Knapping, so I wouldn't mind looking up on it. Maybe I'll do a simple cartography lesson. I'm seeing faces and everything again? Hell yeah. Alright, and then down here... there we go. do want actually a proper... It's gonna be like a almost like a half Rin atoll. Put you out to here. And then over here as well. Obviously it won't be that sporadic on the map, but... There we go. This is going to be where the road walkers are. Now we'll probably put a few little islands over here. And this is where the player is going to start, down here. Oh, it's Pac-Man. Fantasy Island. Warhammer, yeah, it's Ulf 1. No, it's a little bit different than Ulf 1. But one World Walker boss will be here, one will be here, and one will be here to represent the free spirits that guide the World Walkers. What we'll probably do is do some islands going up here as well, because this is a volcanic island chain, so you'd expect a lot smaller ones to come down here. And you'd probably want like a few small ones off the side of here. There we go. And then do one, let's do like one super like fin one coming off here. There we go. So that's the basics of the map that we have so far. So like the northwest is going to be here, we can pen this out now. So this will be Silver Snow Shogunates. This will be Carved Loyalists. This can be Crimson Aristocracy. This will be Player. This will be World Walkers. And this will be Dwarves. I don't know what I'm going to call the Dwarves yet. I don't have a name for them yet. What's this free Spirit Fins? So... I was going to do 4, but then I realized it would be too close to the seasons idea. So, there's free spirits in the World Walker Archipelago. And these are their last sacred places left. There used to be more, but as humans advance closer and closer on their territory. Because before the Empire fell, this down here used to be World Walker. But the player character had just taken that over by the time... by the time of the campaign, right? So... There we go. And we'll do something like this. Let's do a sovereign island down here so that the Silver Snow... that looks a little bit weird. Let's do down here so that the Silver Snow actually has a attack route towards everyone. There we go. And then just here's the last border. And we'll probably end up giving some more islands to the Loyalists down here, just so that they're not completely outmatched. But yeah, so that's the basics of the border in the world. Dwarves that live in Hawaii with a happy face on it. True. So what had happened down here is the player character had just... So back when CA, CL, and Silver Snow was all part of the Carved Empire, the player character had just invaded these free sovereign islands down here, or 4 sovereign islands now. But so this is where the player character starts, and then the Empire, they just finished their conquest, they just cleaned up against the World Walkers, and then the entire Empire collapses. So that's where you're at right now. The issue with the Empire collapsing after you just conquered this territory down here is that you were the heir to the Empire. So your birthright was just absolutely fucking yoinked by the Crimson Aristocracy. Crimson Aristocracy were disgruntled former nobles that were upset that the former prince were not listening to them. And so they plotted a coup, which took over the entirety of the mainland, which is right here. This left the loyalists to the current prince over here, and then the prince got killed as part of the coup, and so they support the player character's sibling. Despite the fact that it was supposed to be your birthright, you were the actual heir, they decided to, so these guys over here are former military, who, once this civil war is over, they want to be able to, you know, like, have their own power. And so they betrayed you in order to what's it called? Put their own, like, puppet on the front. They call themselves the Loyalists, though, because they're still loyal to the Empire. Oh, did Twitch break again? Buffer in my lore source? Is that me breaking, or is that Twitch, though? That is Twitch this time. That actually wasn't me this time. So, yeah. So these guys also betrayed you. That's why there's technically a freeway civil war going on right now between you, the aristocracy, and the Loyalists. The Loyalists and the aristocracy don't know the fate of your expedition to the south. So that's why, like, lore-wise, the player character doesn't start at war with them, because they actually don't know if you survived or not. They sent you down there with the intent of getting you killed. Because under the former prince's reign, you were actually assigned down there to get you out of the palace, so they could coup. Having seen the upheaval and the disunity of the Empire, or the Principality in this case, Silver Snow comes in and takes over these islands. They come in from the north. They've been wanting, like, you know, sovereign agricultural land. Mom said it's my turn with the Divine Mandate of Heaven. But yes, they've been wanting the sovereign agricultural land. Even though these islands aren't that good for agriculture, it's still better than where they came from. The Mandate of Heaven. So that's why Silver Snow is getting involved, is because they need the sovereign islands and the sovereign resources. The dwarves, honestly, just mad vibing. They really don't affect anyone. Technically speaking, to win the campaign, you don't even have to kill the dwarves. That's completely optional. Same with World Walkers. These are the last sacred places of the World Walkers network. You just took over 4 of them. So you're going to start at war with World Walkers because you just took over their, you know, part of their homeland, right? Dwarves are like GT for real, for real. Yeah, the dwarves are just vibing, I'm not going to lie to you. And so that's why you are at war with the World Walkers. But you planned your attack in winter so that they would be at their least powerful. Or technically you started in the fall. And now it is winter, so if you wanted to, as the player, if you wanted to fulfill your original expedition mandate, taking over the World Walkers is a recommended choice, because you would have the entire resources of the World Walkers at your beck and call. It's just an idea. You don't have to, of course. Having seen the instability of your former realm and how quickly it fell to both the former nobility and the foreign invaders, maybe it's an idea to strike first against the Loyalists and unite the 2 Loyalist factions. Because both of these factions, both the player and the Loyalists, do want to see the Principality reformed. It's just they differ on who should take it. Whether it should be you, the rightful heir, or it should be your sibling, who they're trying to prop up as a puppet. So we can commit many war crimes? Ugh, that's up to you. Okay, so to win, you technically only need to kill Silver Snow, aristocracy, and the Loyalists. The other 2 are just there for fun. Dwarves. I'm just gonna write this out so it doesn't look like another island. There we go. What's the style in for the Loyalists? It's gonna be pretty much just my own build style. I'm kind of doing like a Cold War-ish style, but I might drop it down to World War II-ish because I realize everything else is kind of World War I. Jokes on them, I'm just going to spam nukes and nuclear winter day 1. That's up to you. It's completely up to you. So yeah, the troublemakers, the assholes, the invaders, and the ones that's just there. Yeah, no, like, honestly, you could ignore the entire eastern part of this map. You've technically already taken what you want from the World Walkers, but that doesn't mean the World Walkers will ignore you. You know what I mean? So do keep that in mind. The World Walkers will not necessarily just ignore you. They will want to attack you. As far as alliances goes, the dwarves and World Walkers have kind of always fought against each other over these free islands here. So expect them to go to war with each other quite a lot. But as you can see right now, it's kind of split. But that border shifts quite... Like, this border shifts quite rapidly. Aside from that, Karf and the dwarves have territorial disputes on this island up here. So the Crimson Aristocracy, being revanchist and being very jingoistic, might actually advance north if they can handle the loyalists down south. Let's add a few more islands in this little archipelago down here, because I feel like right now you guys aren't... There we go. Make them like actually a threat, you know? That's not how an island would form. Let's get rid of that one, actually. It's the original World Walkers Pantheon, 7 spirits with 4 of them now being dead. I wouldn't say... Oh, you know what? That's actually a good idea, Henry. Bo and Ramui just finished gardening? Hell yeah, good job. Why is the faction with multiple S's on the top left? Because they're... What do you mean, what? The airship steampunky faction top right? What are you talking about? Are you talking about just in like, comparison to Neater, or because keep in mind the dwarves are not airship steampunky. They're diesel punk ironclads. And then Silver Snow Shogunate is because they're ice and they come from the north. And honestly, I was thinking of having them actually be like directly north, like center north, and then have other stuff go around as we go, but I think this one kind of works the best in terms of the map. So I've got an idea for my Woodwalker build. Remember the statue under the greenhouse? What if there were 7 of them, but only 3 of them holding the incubating plants? Oh, that could be an idea. I like that idea. It's making a bad Neater comparison? Oh, no worries, you're fine. Well, because even in Neater, keep in mind that Steel Striders is center top, and then Twin Guard is top left. And then GT is middle right, and then SD is top right. Should have learned by now not to take me seriously. If it was a question, I wasn't gonna I'm not gonna be a dick to you. I'll answer any questions you have. But yeah, so that's the main territorial disputes, and then obviously all of Silver Snow needs to be kicked out eventually. Silver Snow Delenda S. But yes, let's go region by region. So the player area, you did in fact just kill 4 of the 7 Worldwalker spirits, and now there's only 3 left. Why do you keep pronouncing Twin Guard as Twin Guard element? I'm not, that's literally just you. Do vampire lesbians have any APS? I'd assume they would. Or did we get them cram only? I forgot. Assume they have APS for right now, and you'll be fine. But, yeah, so we just killed 4 of their spirits in part of our expedition south from the main principality. Now you're just guessing? I literally didn't say Twin Guard. I said Twin Guard. It may have, I'm wondering if maybe the microphone just didn't pick all of it up, but I don't know. I honestly, I'm not trying to gaslight. I'm just saying I don't think I said Twin Guard. I said Twin. Alright, so 1, 2, and 3 are all meant to be part of the Empire, and this is the only parts you need to reclaim. You do need to hold on to 4, but you already own 4 at the game start, so that's fine. 5 is bonus if you want to, finish killing off an entire species. And then 6, there's honestly really no reason to take 6. Rumi says hi, she's in the room. Oh, hello, Rumi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm saying Twin Guard. Like, M3, that's completely on you. I don't know what to tell you. It's how you pronounce the word twin. There's no K sound when you say twin. Driver colon free, true. But yeah, so 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are mandatory to win. You start off with 4, 5 and 6 are optional for the campaign, but that's up to you as well, because maybe you find that you have to invade 5 and 6 first, because you need those resources in order to take on 1, 2, and 3, right? So it's completely possible that, like, because I will say 4 is not a resource-rich area. You're gonna have 2 resource zones in the 4 area. You're gonna have one right here, and you're gonna have one right here. Roadwalker, of course, will have 1, 2, 3. Dwarves will have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the other ones I haven't really thought about yet. Probably each of them will have 4, honestly. Let's put one there, and then one here, one here, one here, and one down here. And then one here, one here, one here, and we'll put one down here. So it's not the most balanced, I will say, in terms of taking it, but it's going to be a little bit difficult for the player. There's a subtle hint of K when you pronounce twin. I really don't think there is. Like, I genuinely think that's just you, M3. But, yeah, so that's the plan right now. And actually, the more I look at this map, the more I kind of want to keep it. I'll redo Hawaii so it's not as obvious in the top right there. But I think the rest of us is pretty solid. And then, honestly, I think we just keep Crimson Aristocracy as having the mainland with not many, like, offshoot islands. We'll probably add a few, like, right here. But, and then, oh, you know what? Maybe have one here with a fortress on it, defending the harbor. That could be really cool, too. So this way, if you want to, you can take interior land tiles, and then they'll probably just send Air Force after you until we get to a point where we need land units, but I don't think we need land units for this. You know what I mean? So I think that could be a really neat concept. Like have a dwarven area flow smoothly into the central continent. Yeah, that like I said, I'll have to rework all the cartography so it works a lot smoother. But I think as a general, like, getting the gist of the idea out, I think that's fine. Obviously, again, I do draw proper maps, I'm doing this one really quickly. But I think it's an idea. And then I kind of like how the bottom left kind of looks like it's shattered off. Maybe when the setting isn't descended from tokens, so it's dwarves and not dwarves. True! I'm so glad someone caught on to that. I was waiting for someone to correct me so I could mention that. Yeah, we're just road building the map right now, Arrow, for the custom campaign. I'm explaining to the chat how, like, areas 1 to 4 you need to own to win the game. 5 and 6 are optional, but 5 and 6 will make it a lot easier to take 1 to 4. And I'm pretty happy with how it looks. You know me, happy to be a pendant. I don't think anyone put you in a pendant. Oh, a pedant, sorry. My apologies, I misread. So, but to bring that up, is that supposed to be like a destroyed chunk of land, or is it just kind of like that? Who knows? Maybe some lore will be in the game as to how that happened. I say who knows as if I'm not the one making the lore, honestly. I think what we'll do is we'll use that as a catalyst for why a lot of non-military magic was banned, and hence maybe that's why the nobles pedant is separate from a pendant goof. I know. Who knows? You knows. Yeah, I do know. So, before the fall of the Principality here, and it was split into, like, 3 different things, civilian magic was actually banned. The government had a complete monopoly on magic, and that included the nobility. Because the government had the only centralized professional army that wasn't feudal levies was obviously the navy, which was allowed magic, because it was under the head of the government. And the central, like, mage corps, right? So it's interesting here because most of your wars are fought with the feudal peasants, on land at least. But the majority of your power is focused in the navy. Which makes sense. The Principality of Karth was a philossocracy. Which, here, let's take this. And now we can actually talk about stuff in the background as we make the map smaller. God, I love Clip Paint Studio so much, just for this one feature here. There we go. Okay, so Karf was a philosocracy. Philosocracy. I know I have to spell it right. I never know how to pronounce it. So their navy had a complete monopoly of power in the state, and the navy was directly under the power of the prince. All right. I'm gonna actually look that up now. I'm pretty sure it is philosocracy. I know I spelt it right. I'm positive I spelt it right, but I need to. Oh no, I spelt it wrong. No, I spelt it wrong in Google. I spelt it right on the tablet. But yes, so it's similar to like old states like Venice and other. It's big boat government, exactly. So obviously the navy was very important, and so the navy had a lot of privileges. That is the Principality of Karf. There we go. And then obviously its central city, the capital city, is right here at Karfian. Let's zoom in on that actually. Karfian. There we go. Obviously on a larger map I'll like draw out the actual proper city names later. Hey, there we go. So that's what Karf is all about. Civilian magic band. And this was in order to keep a monopoly on power, obviously, and to make sure that the monopoly stayed with the navy. Because again, the only thing defending Karf from Silver Snow or from the dwarves or from the Road Walkers, not that the Road Walkers are very dangerous, was its navy. Hence why when the Unified Front collapsed, Silver Snow was immediately able to push in. If you look about it, your expedition only took about, let's say, a year and 10 months, okay? So in a year and 10 months, because after you left is when the coup happened and you had no news of it, because you were fighting in the south, look how far Silver Snow pushed. Some would say that the nobles in the aristocracy were actually encouraged by diplomats from Silver Snow. Who knows, right? The shogunate may have affected that. Who knows? But yes, do we have any other questions about right now in terms of the lore? Because I think this will work easier for me to make lore if you guys just ask questions about stuff and then I explain it as we go. And then I could go for the VOD later and just write down everything. Those who say that would be wrong, the nobility would never betray their nation or people. Of course not. How large is the world? It's obviously we're just focused on the archipelago. I would say it's probably about Earth-sized. Who knows? True. So the archipelago here is about the same size as, let's say, Southeast Asia. So if it's an Earth-sized world, this is about Indonesia-sized. Is that fair, chat? Also unworked, no worries. But yeah, so it's pretty much it's an Earth-sized world, and we're in Indonesia. Fair, I guess. Yeah, I feel like it's a fair scale. And by Indonesia, I mean like from Malaya, like the peninsula, or actually, let's say from Burma to Papua New Guinea is the size in terms of like dimensions. Someone blows it up, would they be able to allowed to say I blew up Malaysia? Because comparable sizes, if you want to, sure. It wouldn't be called Malaysia, but you can definitely say you blew it up if you wanted to. I mean, that isn't especially big. Well, no, it's not meant to be especially big. World size in game is about to be probably be the same size as Neater, maybe a little bit bigger. But in lore wise, it's just a standard Terran planet. Ah, yes, Burma Empire. It's not meant to be especially big. Oh, we know. I see how it is, Arrow. Arrow, don't you have your own like mega dungeon to go build silly little fins for? Don't you have a work today, Arrow? I just uploaded it. Well, I haven't seen it yet, so I haven't been able to comment on it yet. So is it real is my question. But I 100% should be doing everything. So that sovereign continent that may or may not have once been part of the central continent. Oh, no. So, down here, like, Small Carve has always been separate, but it used to be a lot bigger. So it's always been separate, and it's always been, smaller than Carve Majoris. It's just, now it's split. This up here, you can see how far away it floated away from its main part. This here has always been a separate island. But this area up here used to be all part of one island. Or when he calls the country by their dead name, which is cringe, except when you call Istanbul Constantinople. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot it goes by Myanmar now. My bad. Yeah, actually, you know what? No, fuck you, Gravitas. Okay, yeah, so it's about the size from the Shan States to the Papua New Guinea, okay, chat? It's from the Shan States to Papua New Guinea. Is that fair? Is that fair, chat? Okay, I thought with the explosion you meant that it used to be linked to the middle one. No. Because otherwise I would make the middle one so it actually will... Do you see how, like, it wouldn't connect here? This is a completely different type of geography. So. Yeah, otherwise it's not a bad idea. Was Big Bada Boom? Yes. The Big Bada Boom is what caused civilian use of magic to be outlawed in the Principality. Which did, in fact, stifle non-militaristic uses of magic innovation for quite some time. So you'll notice that while the Principality is still rather feudalistic in its area, like compared to the dwarves, for example, who are probably, let's say they're at the industrial age by now. Like, let's say like they're about like Britain in 1850 level of industrialization. Whereas the Principality is like Russia in 1850 level of industrialization. Is wood involved in this world? Yes, wood does exist in this world. So are the Shogunate sort of the British Empire and just trying to colonize a regional power, or are they just neighbors? The Shogunate are just neighbors. They just happen to be a rival power that's up north. But they're not like a superpower or anything like that. They're just... I kind of like imagine... I guess, like, if we're using real-world allegories for how big the world is, imagine Silver Snow as, like... I guess kind of like Vietnam, but, like, Vietnam never really invaded into Indonesia, obviously. Silver Snow is kind of like the Philippines, but, like, minus the Spanish. Also, Carthage sounded pretty late Qin Dynasty wall. It's not really. It's if anything, it's more similar to, like, 1850s Russia, right? So, because keep in mind, Russia was more industrialized than the Qin Dynasty was in 1850. Less urbanized, but more modernized for sure. Or Tokugawa. I guess there's some comparisons to the sword ban, I guess, but not really. Like, they were never isolationists. Like, they would trade with the dwarves quite often. The dwarves were actually a big trading partner of the Principality. And then to the south, there was probably, like, another nation down here, which... That's not an island, but, like, there's probably another nation down here, which I haven't discussed yet, because it's not important to the plot. So, like, there's more nations around, obviously. I mean, the no development? Well, it's not that there's no development, it's just, like, they still have, like, they're still urban cities. Like, I'll show you all the... Because each resource zone is probably going to be, like, a major trade center, right? Or, like, a major industrial center. So it's not like there's no industrialization, it's just... A lot of it is kept to the major, like, a couple major areas, and then everywhere else is still feudal. Because, again, that nobility caste was super strong until they revolted. So now the Crimson aristocracy is kind of almost like Sylvania, or like Wallachia under Ottoman rule. We getting cities to bomb? Yeah, there'll probably be some cities. Whether or not you bomb them is up to you. I recommend against that. Because if you do, I'm going to have events triggered if those buildings die. If you capture them, it's fine, but if they get destroyed, there's going to be events triggered. By no development, I mean meant to improvements, not no development paradox style. Oh, yeah. And again, I wouldn't say it was stagnating. I would just say it wasn't as innovative as it was before the Magic ban, right? But, like, technology was still progressing. Obviously, like, we're up to, like, World War I, World War II style technology, right? So. And Carthian has, like, early jet engines. They're gonna be Cold War style jets, but they still exist. I'm still actually deciding about that, honestly, because I'm looking at the Melusine, which is, like, the fighter plane we made. And I'm just not sure if it fits the time period. Actually, you know what? Let's make the timeline right now. Let's say it is. We're gonna say it is 964 AU, which means after unification. Now, what is unification? You might be asking. Let's say the Principality of Karf united. So after unification was the unification of Karf Majoris and Karf Minoris. Alright, chat? Surely the magic ban created an underground scene of secret magic users breaking the prohibition and escaping in souped up cars. Souped up cars, no, but underground magic users, yes, that's what the Crimson Aristocracy were. The Crimson Aristocracy could not obtain enough power from magic alone, and so they signed pacts, and that's how they became essentially vampires. That's what caused the schism and the Empire to fall apart. Was Crimson Aristocracy wanted more power via magic. Magic was banned, so they looked to dark magic instead, and that's why they use, like, a lot of their vehicles will be focused on blood magic. Whereas World Walkers is nature magic, Dwarves is fire magic, Silver Snow obviously is ice magic, and then the Loyalists will have just, like, not generic magic, but they'll be able to use a few types because they've had the monopoly on magic for so long. Edgeden? What do you mean Edgeden? It's not edgy. I just wanted I need a war reason to include Castlevania style builds, okay? I want to build Dracula's castle. Let me have this. Now, the question, though, is obviously the capital city is still going to be, Karf style, and as are most cities on the main island. But I think down here on this little sovereign island will be where Crimson Aristocracy originated. So that will be like the big Castlevania style. Vampires are just the edgy fantasy film. Well, I'm not going to make them super dark. There's, like, it's pretty much just like Sylvania from Warhammer. Just I have my own take on it is all. But yeah, aside from that, like, obviously there's been rogue mages, but they don't come up too often. Good news, FTD is going to have more customization for Froster and Flame effects to be colorable, blood, fire, and trails. Oh yeah, I know. I'm very excited for it. I was talking with Sean and Carb about that earlier today, actually. Or was it last night? I forget. Either way, I was talking with them about it, and I'm very excited. There's an elephant that we're looking into getting customization for, which I won't say yet, because we're not sure if we can do it, but I'm very excited for it. Secret info? It's not secret info. Sean probably already talked about it in general. But yeah, so that's the main idea right now. So it's been 900, almost 1,000 years since Big and Small Island unified. And then what's funny enough, actually, is that a lot of these areas, so like the northwest area up here, used to also be World Walker. This entire archipelago used to be World Walker territory, of course. Aside from the dwarves. The dwarves spawned on this island. Right, that's not the right one. This island right here. This one that looks like a shield. So that's where the dwarves spawned. Everywhere else on this archipelago used to be world walkers. And then humans from the north, actually, landed on this northwest. So where Silver Snow owns was pretty much the first landing of humans in this archipelago. And then they slowly pushed forward and established cities, which drove the world walkers out. Why they got a leak in general, though, it's annoying to find. I know, right? Beating the question from earlier, with loyalists fleeing to the Southern Continent, is this like them fleeing to the middle of nowhere, or is the Southern Continent more even in terms of resources and urbanization to the north? It's about even. So that's what I'm explaining right now, Henry, is the unification 964 years ago was between Carf Minoris and Carf Majoris, these two islands right here. And that's what formed the Principality of Carf. So when did the dwarves arrive? They were born on that shield island right here. They were born right here. So the dwarves are indigenous to the archipelago. They did eventually push out from their main island and take the little island chain around them from the world walkers, but that's been like in conflict forever, right? So, but the world walkers, the entire archipelago used to be world walkers. Humans came in from the north, from where Silver Snow is, and then they kind of like just moved through. And before anyone goes like, oh, well, why are they upset against Silver Snow? It's the interesting thing, honestly, is that it's similar to... Is anyone here familiar with the Inuit migrations? So, when you had the Inuit migrations to North America, you had the starter Thule populations. That's Thul, if anyone wants to do research. And then there was a secondary migration by the Dorset. And the Dorset pushed out the Thule populations. And it's kind of similar to how we have here. So... the initial migration wave from up north would have been our Thule equivalent. And then Silver Snow is the Dorset equivalent. What's the LCA between the dwarves and the humans? Honestly, I haven't thought about that. I wouldn't say there is one, because they evolved independently, right? Because like humans weren't in the archipelago before the dwarves. The humans only arrived... let's say the humans only arrived... 2005 BU, which is before unification. You know? Humans arrive. Whereas the Dwarven civilization goes back to at least 12k BU. Dwarf. There we go. Does that make sense? So they probably don't have a last common ancestor, honestly. Dwarves are evolved from a completely different initial life form? I don't know. Honestly, I was just going to have them come out of the magma one day. I think they just came out of the volcanoes, honestly. The way you said it, I thought you meant they just spawned out of the magma. Well, honestly, I'm kind of tempted to just have that. You know how, like, so in a lot of stories, dwarves are born from stone? What if we just have dwarves here born from magma? They're still, like, completely, like, you know, organic and whatnot, but, like, the initial creator myth is that they were born from magma. In terms of evolutionary pressure, we have no idea where they came from. So there are two separate genetic groups of species? Might be. Honestly, it's also possible that the last common ancestor was probably just, like, you know, could have been a while ago. We don't know. Like, in world, they wouldn't know. So, like, the answer to your question is no, they can't crossbreed, if that's your first question. Elves and humans can, but dwarves and humans cannot. And elves and dwarves cannot. Could be free with the elves. No, elves and humans, like, there are half-elves in this world, there are no half-dwarves. Dwarves are very much their own thing. Nobody knows where they came from, but what the hell is the evolutionary background of a nature spirit? That's a good question. Honestly, I think a lot of this you just have to chalk up to, like, we don't know. So, do dwarves even use DNA? Probably. They're organic. They're carbon-based. You know? None of this would be discovered in world yet. I can only give lore information that's been discovered in world. Oh, non-carbon based? No, I'm saying the dwarven creation myth is that they rose out of the magma. So, dwarf creation myth. adaptation myth? Volcano. 12 KYA. Arose. There we go. So the dwarves just, in their own mythos, they just kind of walked out of the volcanoes one day. Yeah, but DNA is an evolution we have. If they evolved separately, would they develop DNA and cells, of course, would have complete construction? Do you have different... Okay, so my question to you is, do you have, like, you know, what can we say? Whales evolved separately from us. Does that mean they don't have DNA or, like, cell structures? No, they still have it. Like, the LCA is probably, like, some, like, you know, type of cell or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's, like, maybe it doesn't have to be that far back. My point is, it's not known in universe, so it's not said out of universe. But we have an LCA with us. Yeah, I'm not saying there's no LCA with dwarves. I'm saying we just don't know what it is. My headcanon for dwarves is it's a descendant of primitive humans that explored the magma land and eventually settled there. Because of the hostile environment, they have to adapt, and that's why they look way different than humans. Maybe. It's completely possible. Maybe, like, you know, like, because right now it's only 964 AU. Then say that rather than saying there was just no LCA. I said there was no known LCA at first. Gravitas? Because I'm explaining the lore as in world, right? So I'm explaining it as if you guys are reading a history book in world. I'm not like, and so if the in world residents don't know, then we wouldn't know. That's how I'm doing my lore right now. Notice this universe of magic. That's true as well. It's completely possible some god had an epiphany one day, took some humans and just threw them on the volcanoes with adaptations to survive there. What is known is that dwarves have a resistance to heat. And hence why they work a lot with fire magic, is why they're so good with forages. I'm not going to be like, oh, they have a blacksmithing culture. It's like, no, there's an actual reason. It's because they resist heat because of their environment. And that's why they got so good at fire magic, is because they're one of the few species capable of resisting their own fire magic. Because just because you can cast fire magic does not make you immune to fire. So... Mr. Rorson, have you seen Monster Garden stuff? This format reminds me of that. I've never heard of Monster Garden. Link them in if you want to link them in. Where would you link them in the chat? I don't know. Like, do we have a fin for videos? Well, Munpa, you're in the subscriber chat. Just look at video in the subscriber chat. That's what Cruiser uses it for anyway. Wow. But yeah, link it in the Discord somewhere. Just let me know where you linked it, and then I'll take a look at that afterwards, because it does sound interesting. Alright, there we go. Monster Garden, I mean. Yeah, no, I'm still not familiar. But yeah. So, Monster Garden's a world building channel? Ooh. I've seen Stone do like world building on Steppe Nations, which is really cool. And there was someone else who did like a lot of world building deep dives on Avatar, which I really loved. But also keep in mind, I'm actually mostly ad hoc in most of this right now in terms of the history. So I'm going to have to come back later and flesh this out and write it down correctly. But I'm just coming up with stuff as we go right now. But yeah, so the reason why dwarves can use fire magic is because they're one of the few fire-resistant species. There's also probably like, I believe that same desert nation, or like sovereign nation, not necessarily desert, but there's going to be a few sovereign nations that will also have access to fire magic, if we ever expand upon this. But the dwarves right now are the main ones we know of. Put it on subscriber chat, the most watched video, which was my first two. Okay, cool. I'll have to look into that, because I love world building channels, honestly. But yeah, so does that make sense to everyone? So that's why dwarves are the only ones that use fire. Because you'll notice that no one else really uses incendiary. Carfian will use a lot of EMP. Just because that's what they use. Like, the aristocracy will have access to the same with Shogunate. Because, like, lightning magic is pretty consistent. I think Shogunate will use EMP in a way that, like, freezes stuff instead of short circuits it. But, again, that's what I love about stuff like this. It reminds me very much of Orcs in 40k, where you can use so many counts as. So like EMP can count both as ice magic and as lightning magic. You know what I mean? So that stuff is really cool. I will say, the only other magic dwarves are capable of using is earth magic. There has never been a recorded incidence of dwarves using water magic, nature magic, light magic, etc., like that, right? They're allowed to use earth, and they're allowed to use fire. Alright, talking about in-game stuff. What is the tech and what is the magic? See, that's where it's really fun to blend the lines, honestly, or blur the lines, honestly. Yeah, it could freeze turret runs and breaches and stuff. Exactly, yeah. So, as far as I'm aware, most of them so far have been counted as magic. So, like EMP, for example, in-game, that's magic. Pack, that's magic. Lasers, magic. The plane engine that gets the planes for the Silver Snow running, or like the big smokestacks with the boiler rooms, that's technology. Soft magic's in true. We love soft magic, but EMP, that's lightning magic. Any Tesla coils, probably actually won't have Tesla coils, but actually, yeah, no, scrap Tesla coils. It'll just be lightning magic. We don't have to worry about that. But yeah, so that's more of one of those things where like, you just have to ask, and I just kind of make it up on the spot. I'm not gonna lie. Unrealistic, futuristic magic, exactly. But yeah, pretty much, if it doesn't fit the setting of, like, early industrial, then probably chalk it up to magic, honestly. What are Tesla coils to realistic for you all? But, well, that's why I said no Tesla coils. But yeah, honestly, everything magical is going to be depicted with runes anyway. Because most of the magic in this world is runic magic. It's not really like verbal components. Like, you can do some verbal components, but it's mostly rune magic. Back in my day, you took your Tesla coil and you liked it. True. But yeah, I hope that clears it up, Henry. If you have any more questions about that, I'd love to flesh that out. Whatever major events was there? Oh, 500 AU. Actually, no. Fins very rarely ever happen on exact dates. So let's say 523 AU. Human dwarf trade network. So, humans and dwarves start trading. It originates up here at the port of something, I'm sure. We'll think of a name for that later. But that little Lon Fin island has a massive port on it, and that is where the first human-dwarf trade started. So, ironically enough, actually, because of the way human migration worked, they came from up here, and they kind of came out this way. So, for example, Carf Minoris was settled before Carf Majoris was. And then eventually, from the southern part of Majoris, they moved up north. So it's actually really interesting to see how the human migration pattern worked there. And if I expand this map out, I'd actually be into a lot more detail of the human migration pattern. And so it didn't work how people would think it would. So the dwarves and humans actually didn't meet for about 500 years after humans entered the archipelago. Because dwarves are notorious for not really leaving what they consider to be their homes, which is their volcano fortresses. Back in my day, in the pre-AU era, was AG, I guess? No, it was BU. Unfortunately, the world is very humanocentric, or at least for this archipelago. And so all Principality time is modeled off of AU and BU, which is after unification and before unification. Dwarf fortresses? True. Alright, we're in an ad break right now, but I'm just going to keep yapping probably. If you're unsubscribed and you have a question, just wait until after the ad break and I'll do that. Dwarf fort? True. Some good coffee, honestly. I'm glad I got the draw-on tablet up for this, because this has gone on a lot longer than I thought it was going to, honestly. But, yeah, so that's the main thing right now. So, 523 AU is an important date to remember, because that's the first time of human-dwarf contact. Oh, let's say 521 was the first human-dwarf contact, 523 was the first human-dwarf trade. Do you not have a fancy language so you can have before unification be initialized as AG? Nope. I have no reason to. Did the humans come from an Arctic climate? Yes, they came from up north in the Silver Snow area. Why are you talking to non-sub people when they have ads? Oh my god, Munfa. Don't be mean. Wait, it just hit me. The Carve Principality has been around for just under 1,000 years. That's pretty impressive. It's actually been specifically around for 964 years. Well, technically 963 years, because in 964 is when it got split apart by the aristocracy. And keep in mind, it's evolved throughout that time. So initially, it would have been just the two main islands. And then, you would go from there, right? Yeah, 1,000 years is a good run? I would think so. And again, it's because of its strong navy that the Philosophocracy was able to survive so long. What is the climate of the map? Let's say it's pretty temperate. Like, there's some like roadwalkers. The further south you go, it gets a little bit tropical. The more northern regions are a lot more temperate. So, like, I would argue, like, up here, you're starting to get back into, like, that boreal forest. And then, same with over here, where it's, like, a little bit colder climate with the equator of the world, let's say... Actually, yeah, let's do the equator of the world. The equator of the world, I would argue, goes right through here. Does that make sense? And then, obviously, you could do your tropics lines and all that, but... actually, let's make that a little bit lower. Let's say the equator goes through down there. Yeah, I think that works better. So that would be approximately where the equator is. Gives us a little bit more northern areas. And you can move up and down depending on how you want on that. Somewhat temperate is directly on the equator. Well, no, most of it's actually above the equator. Big, somewhat. Well, because I was thinking also, like, we could probably have, like, the equator down here. I haven't done any of, like, the rain shadows or anything like that yet, or any mountain ranges, right? So it's all in the tropics. Well, if we put the equator down here, we'd probably have, like, the first tropic, like, up here. This would be, like, their equivalent of the Tropic of Cancer, right? Or Capricorn? Which one's north, which one's south? I think Tropic of Cancer is north, isn't it? Maybe at the Tropic go for CA, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, and then because obviously above it, up here, like you get into like the Arctic, or not the Arctic, but like subarctic, almost like southern Canada type. So like it's still temperate up there, but as you go further up, it gets a lot colder, right? Capricorn is south. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, so that's our Tropic of Cancer, and then Silver Snow is like similar to Canada. So like I feel like all of these places, aside from like maybe Carf Minoris and the player area and the Southern Roadwalker Island, would experience winter normally. Like, there would be snow in all these places. Actually, maybe I'll move the equator further south if we want to have snow, honestly. Like, put it down here, maybe, because that way, because I do want everywhere to have snow, because Roadwalkers need to be able to do something. I will say, though, with the amount of ocean around, though, big, so this is big? Yeah, it's an Earth-size map. Blue, right, make fit a stretch redeem. I'll get on that right away. They're called crab and deer in Finnish. The crab can stand on the deer can't stand on the crab. That's how it... Oh, that's amazing. I love that, Munpa, thank you. Which is interesting, because I'm pretty sure Capricorn is associated with goats in English. I wonder why you guys associate it with deer. That's curious. Because, like, you have, like, you know, Capra, which is, like... I'm basing this purely off the Capra demon, which is a goat. But, that's curious. I like that. But, yeah, so... Southern areas, like, for example, Roadwalkers, I'd say it's probably like a temperate rainforest, kind of like the climate of Vancouver. Where you get a lot of rainfall, but it's still, like, you're not getting, like, those big tropical jungles, right? A deer trying to balance on a crab is a good visual. I know, that's actually pretty solid. And then I would say over here, it's like, you get, like, in the west, you get a little bit less vegetation. Why do y'all call it Cancer? Seems quite negative. Because Cancer as a astrological sign came about before Cancer as a term for the disease. So Cancer has original meanings in crab, like, and that's why, like, you know, the Tropic of Cancer and all that was named. It's just one of those holdouts from English where Finns acquire names over time, and then we just don't really go back and revise it. To be honest, a goat would probably have an even easier time standing on a crab. The goat at 89-degree angle. But yeah. And then, like I said, like up north you have those volcanic islands, which is actually really interesting because we're used to seeing tropical volcanic islands. We've never really seen like temperate volcanic islands. Well, I guess, well, I know that's not true because Iceland exists, and that's like a decently temperate volcanic island. Why would you name a sickness after a crab? That's a good question, which I don't have the answer to, honestly. It's the same in German. Krebs. Crab probably would not have had a good time no matter how balanced the goat. What if he was a really big crab? Or forgot the most volcanic Iceland? Oh, I know, right? But yeah, I would say that's about a very rough idea of how I want the map to be. You know? And then I think the only non-nomadic city of the World Walkers will be in the center of this island here. So that will be the center of elven population. And what the player does with that is up to them. Because again, I would like to remind the chat, the elves don't have to be attacked even. They'll attack you because they want to get Section 4 back, because that's their homeland. Like, one of their homelands. Obviously, the entire archipelago used to be their homeland, but... yeah. That's the basics of it. Any other questions? I think I'll go for, like, another 15 minutes of, like, lore talking, and then I'm probably gonna call it a wrap for today. But I'm curious if there's any more questions about what we're doing here. Because I'm actually pretty happy with how this goes. I like the map. Yeah, I obviously, for something I drew, like, on a whim really quickly, like, there's different areas I want to flesh out. Like, over in Carfion, like, up here, I want to turn this area into, like, a fortress, a bunch of fortress islands around the capital city. Probably have, like, a canal in there as well. The elves get 4 back. Can they revive their spirits, or are those just dead? No, those spirits are fucking dead. They were, They're dead and gone. The elves don't need to be attacked. Heresy. That's so true, Connie. But yes, no. The Road Walkers, once they lose a spirit of their pantheon, it's dead forever. That you can't bring them back. Nomadic? Yes, the Road Walkers have always been nomadic around this entire archipelago. So at one point before, about probably, let's say, 13k BU. So 1,000 years before the dwarves, the entire archipelago was theirs. And then the dwarves spawn and end up taking Section 6, which is this little area delineated here. Section 6 gets taken over by the dwarves. And these 3 islands here are constantly fought over. But for the most part, the dwarves tend to win those engagements, because fire versus nature magic, you can imagine how that goes. So that's already like a good quarter of their homeland taken out by the dwarves. And to be fair, the dwarves don't exactly like... The dwarves severely dislike the elves, but it's more to do with warfare and that kind of rivalry than like any like racial hatred. It's just like, hey, we're constantly fighting over this area, fuck off, right? They do trade like during times of peace, like after a treaty is signed, yada yada. They'll trade, but it's hard, right? Sorry, how did this descend into anti-elf racism, which is very correct. A descent, ascent, stagnate into... But, yeah, so that's what happened with the elves there. And so the elves still had, like, sections 1 to 5, right? And then the humans came about 2000 BU. And as they slowly migrated, you know, they came from the north, they hit this island first. And then they went here. Okay, let's do that. Like, they went here. Then they would come here, and then here, then from here down to here. There's a current between here, that's why they probably couldn't get there. They would have, well actually, technically, they would have came from here all the way down to here, because this used to be one island before it exploded. And then they went here, and then they moved their way up top here, obviously split out to the Fortress Island, the Shield Islands, and the I'm not sure what we're going to call it island yet, where the Crimson Aristocracy nobility spawn, but... Have you read Pratchett's Discworld series? I have not, actually. Constant war does make people more racist, that's true. Yeah, and then... So at that point, after humans arrived, so let's say we're at the unification now, so it's 1 AU. The World Walkers only own Section 4, and this part of Section 3. And then, I don't know when this little part of Section 3 got taken over, but it's only in 964 AU that Section 4 is taken by the Principality. And that's by the player character. And then everything blows up and goes to shit. You gotta read it, it's great? Okay, cool. History in a nutshell, and then the humans came. Yeah, pretty much. Especially since wartime governments often dehumanize the enemy to keep up morale. That's true. Well, it's hard to make people kill each other if they realize they have something in common, right? So, it's why the Christmas truce was only in 1914, and then they didn't allow it in subsequent years because they humanized each other too much. So, that's the big reason. It also does a whole lot of neat stuff I feel you might enjoy. Okay, cool. Building on my previous statue idea. Oh, just had an idea. What if the World Walker ships had different amounts of spirit statues depending on the age? Older ships have hundreds of statues, while the newer ones have only have 3. Maybe not hundreds, but... Because keep in mind, not every island has a spirit, right? And I think the spirits would want to live closer to the equator. So I think 7 is a good number. But yeah, definitely, like, the older craft could have, like, 7 statues, and then, like, the newer ones could have 3. That would be pretty interesting. But, because, like, for example, like, the main homeland of the elves in here, where their big city is, let's put the city right here, actually. And that will be... I finally get to use it, chat, for as you hear for Sons of Six. That will be Tier Sylvania. There we go. Let's use a smaller font though so I can actually read it. That will be Tier Sylvania. Nope. Sylvania. There you go. I'm just blatantly ripping off Tolkien there. I'll probably switch that to... I'm not going to make my own language heroes though. Hey, Vixen Dragon, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. How's it going, Vixen? It's a long time no see. Okay, maybe the statue can be simplified enough to have bread randomization like some of Cruiser's fish. Yeah, sure, maybe we can allow that. Maybe have multiple of each craft so it's sort of random how old they are? No, because we already have the multiple for the... Oh god, for the seasons, right? So... At least Christians, Hindus, and Aboriginals have 7 as a holy number. Probably over stupid, I'm not sure. 7 is also a holy number in many cultures. That's true. Oh god, 4 versions. Yeah, it's already pretty bad in terms of the amount of versions World Walkers get. World Walkers is definitely the most fleshed out lore-wise right now. I like to imagine Silver Snow is kind of like... You know the Nords in Skyrim when they come down with Ysgramor? That's how I kind of imagine it going. And then, who else would there be? Scott, I see you making a map. Looks cool. Yeah, we're fleshing out the custom campaign that I'm building. So I'm just doing some world building for it right now. The map isn't finalized yet. It's a little bit rough still, but I'm pretty happy with it in the general part. So we're just talking about migration patterns and all that. But yeah, so dwarves come in, World Walkers get their shit rocked. Humans then come in, World Walkers get their shit rocked, the World Walkers then get shit rocked by the player character, and now it's just their last little southeastern corner, and boy are they pissed. I want to see if AI-wise I can make them more aggressive in the longer into the campaign you get. Because I do feel like they'd become more aggressive as time is running out until winter again. Does that make sense? So, could be an idea, chat. But, We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Vixen, if you have any questions about the world building, please by all means ask him, because I am currently just making the lore up as I go. All right, so that's 964 done. There we go. Is this D&D? No, this is for FTD. This is for From the Depths. It's that boat building game I play for all my custom boats. Wonder if you could use events to make them declare war? I could, yeah. SCW does it. SCW has an event where Spannerheim declares war, so that the event logs you can make are pretty interesting. I know Henry was showing me a few interesting ones that he's done for Pluto as well. Did CO or CA get more of the existing car fleet? CA came with its own fleet and just sunk the car fleet. So CL has what's left of the car fleet. You have the expeditionary force. And then CA has its own fleet from here. So CA has their own customized ships. They're not using any looted ships from CL. Like, they have their own custom stuff. And that was that's from their feudal navy. Well, I say feudal navy, like the nobility were allowed to have some ships, but most of them were customized into like pleasure yachts and whatnot because they wanted to show off to their friends how rich they were. Very few noble houses had their own military navy. A lot of them would have a merchant marine or a pleasure yachts and stuff like that, right? So, oh no, the dialogue system I showed you wasn't for Pluto. No, that was just an experiment. Oh, cool. Okay. Either way, still we can do a lot there. It's gonna be cool. I know you won't encounter any in game, but how's the biodiversity in the lore? Biodiversity is pretty solid. So you have examples of island giganticism and island dwarfism in most areas. A good example is the dwarves up in the top right. Island dwarfism because of how mountainous the area is. They're dwarves. Sorry, I just came up with that pun as we were sitting here. But you'll find quite a few. Actually, ironically enough, with the Dwarven Islands, you find a large variety of lizard, which is up there. Incredibly poisonous due to bacteria in its mouth all the time. But the locals don't know that, but we can know that. Some scientist probably wrote it down somewhere so I can say, because I'm explaining the lore of the world as if we're like reading in games, like, you know, we're studying. The largest university would have been an island right off here. Let's do a little bit more of a shape. There we go. This island right here hosts the largest university in the archipelago, at least human university. The World Walkers, of course, have had knowledge for eons, but most of their knowledge was lost in the fall. Actually, it's believed that the island up here where the university is built used to be a World Walker structure, which those are incredibly rare to find. But it's not known anymore because of how heavily modified it's been by humans in order to accommodate more and more students every year. Listen for a while and see if I can come up with anything. No worries. Wait, what fall? Well, the fall of the World Walkers, because keep in mind, the World Walkers used to own the entire archipelago. So then the humans migrated in and took over from the World Walkers, right? From the elves? No, it's irrelevant, but which island has the most archaeological sites? Oh, absolutely the main island. Because aside from Tir Solvana over here, there was plenty of elven cities on the on Carf Majoris. Go. There would have been plenty of cities. Carfion itself was actually built on the ruins of a former elven city. I thought you meant it as a specific event. No, it happened over decades, centuries even, right? As more and more humans came and pushed out the elves. Because the elves are really only capable of light magic and nature magic. Humanity is the only species so far that has been able to harness more than two types of magic. And they tend to specialize. So like Silver Snow, those are just normal humans, but they specialize in ice magic. Aristocracy, they've become something less than human, but they still specialize in blood magic. And they can still use other types. And then obviously Carfion's navy was renowned for its fact that it wielded multiple types of magic. Did the humans displace the elves rather than intermingle? They did both. There was both intermingling and displacement. I will say the majority of the cities were on Carf Majoris were abandoned by the time humans got here. So humans landed down here, and they would like conflict, have conflict with the elves, and so the elves would actually abandon a lot of areas and migrate into the east because they didn't want to risk having to fight humans. Because again, humans are so OP with the fact that they can wield most kinds of magic. So they don't have long lives. Elves, obviously, I'm gonna make it long-lived. It's just a fact of elves. It's no fun when they're not like long lives. They're not biologically immortal, mind you. They just tend to live longer. And the dwarves, same thing, just tend to live longer, not biologically immortal, but they have a fire resistance, and that's why they're able to wield earth and fire magic. But they really can't do anything else. Whereas some humans, if they have, if they do their wards correctly, they can wield fire magic for a limited time. But most humans, and most elves, well, elves can't even try fire magic. Humans who have tried fire magic often end burning themselves. Alright, do the elves need to sleep? Yes, they need to sleep. Not the flex, but I'm actually human. So true. Don't blame him. I've made him think of archaeological sites. Yeah, we're just better like that, honestly. But yeah, so that's the main thing. So I want to do something with that, but I think trying to implement it into a full CC would be too hard. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, so that's the biodiversity. That's the that's like a little bit of a soft magic system. I didn't think about. I kind of like the idea that humans are like. It's not like oh, humans have no special traits. It's like no, their special trait is that they can wield anything. They are a generalist build. The elves and dwarves can obviously wield their magical schools to a higher degree than the humans, but the humans gonna be like, alright, you're using fire magic, go water, or go ice. It would be kind of fun if you could find and explore some ruins. Oh, that's definitely gonna be on there, don't worry. There's gonna be haunted ruins, don't you worry. I'm sorry. I'm just curious as to why you're asking if the elves need to sleep. Being human is overrated. I'm a dragon. Are there dragons here? Yeah, there's dragons. They're a lot less than there used to be. To put it kindly, by that I mean, there was 4 dragons down here. And, thanks to the player character, there is no longer any dragons down there. Well, I wouldn't say dragons, they were nature spirits, but they have draconic entities. And then there's, if you go further south to where the equator is, like around here-ish, there is more draconic entities. But the scope of our campaign doesn't explore down there. Now, obviously, if this campaign is well enough where I can manage to build it into a full world-building project, that's a different story. But a dragon would be a cool build to fight, though. Yeah, but just not for this campaign. Maybe a World Walker's Craft? No, a dragon is too destructive, I would say. The one dragon we did have up here, which would have been on this island here, was a stone dragon. And even they were often appeased by the elves before the humans came and killed it. So, there's that, yeah. Sorry, you guys are a little bit too late for the dragons. But who knows, if I ever expand it down to the Southern Continent, or ever make it an expedition to the Southern Continent. Because what could happen is, let's say lore-wise, canonically, the player wins this campaign, okay? If I ever do a second custom campaign, it could be a player expedition to the south. And obviously there's going to be a lot of stuff to the south. Or, alternatively, we could do one to the north. That could be cool, too. Like, imagine the canonical ending of this campaign is that, like, we explore each direction, right? We go east, we go west, we go north, we go south, and you can find a whole bunch of new stuff. Better creature for Worldwalkers would be a giant bird, indeed. Sovereign is all dragons. Ooh, yeah, so I'm just saying, if we get enough interest in this project where, like, we can get it done within a reasonable time frame, I would gladly expand upon it. But that all depends on if we can get it done in a reasonable time frame. So, we'll see how it goes, eh? We're already planning sequels? Damn. Yeah, I like to have plans. Why not go more east or west? I just said you could go east or west. Like, a sequel, like, there could technically, in theory, there could be a sequel in each cardinal direction. Creatures are quite fun to build? Yeah, maybe. Like a Draconic Kingdom, or like Dragon Riders to the south or north could be really fun. Do the factions control resources? Yes. So, I have little dots here representing resource zones in the water area. So like right here. So the way resource zones work in game though, Vixen, is that it tends to be more of a game mechanic than a war mechanic. But there's every island has its own little resources. They're all valuable, except for some of the really small ones. Why Dragon Riders? Dragon Faction. Yeah, I like the idea of Dragon Riders. SQ Elston, true. I like the idea of like there's a faction of Dragon Riders to the south that are kind of like in a Fordy in the area, kind of like how the Principality like a regional power that the expedition would have to face. But then again, that also depends on if the canonical ending becomes like, yeah, we're becoming an imperialist faction. Maybe you want to become isolationist, you know? Like you don't have to do any expeditions. But it's curious the ways that it could go. Boy, do I have news for you. Message deleted. No, you're fine. The sake contested miss, don't worry. Unseen Dragon Faction. Heard, but not seen. Yeah. Or, who knows, maybe there'll be some events that include them. Like, maybe you take over, you know, the World Walkers. You take over Section 5. And suddenly, like, you get attacked by an unknown faction from the south. There we go. You know what I mean? Tons of different little unforeseen events we can add in here if we want. But, would be funny if the canonical end is you trip and die on the first day. Yeah, you just trip and fall overboard, and it turns out your character can't swim. That'd be hilarious. But yes, because the player character is the crown's heir. I would say I'm gonna say crown prince, but use prince in a gender-neutral way. I don't know if prince can be used in a gender-neutral way, but so the crown prince. This was your rite of passage, was to conquer this little archipelago down here. And you succeeded. It took you longer than expected, though, and that's why, in the meantime, you go back to the Empire, and the old prince was killed, and now you're out of an inheritance. But not magic yelling, just really, really loud. Canonical end is player dying of dysentery. Yeah, you got under siege once, and you immediately got dysentery. It says that the player character can absorb dragon souls, and is very good at yelling. No, I'm not gonna do anything like that. There won't be any Dragonborn, but it's one of those things where it could be really interesting, I feel. Anyway, I'm kind of up on an hour since the last time I took a break. I gotta go take another washroom break, so I will be right back, chat. Please don't go away. I'm having fun talking about this, honestly. I thought it was gonna end a lot earlier, but just chatting about this has been pretty fun, so I'll be back in a bit.
As we think that there's no getting out here. I don't know you, but we'll make the most of wherever we are now. Slow floating under the stars now. It's okay to be uncertain, 'cause I'm certain it's fine to be floating here for a while with you, wherever we are now. We're not dead, suspended in a place of hush, not upset.
Alright, chat, I am back. I love yapping, hell yeah. Yeah, yapping war is fun. It is. I'm having fun with it. So, one of the things I just had an idea of as I was walking through my room there was, what if we did lizardmen down south? Lizardmen dragon riders could be really interesting. Anyway, yeah, you had a crown prince. That is the player faction. And, yeah, your inheritance just got taken away. As far as that, you're armed with the expedition fleet, which was actually a formerly mothballed fleet from the Principality, as they couldn't spare anything. But you still had to prove yourself by conquering an island. You conquered 4, which was pretty solid. And honestly, had it not been for the noble, like the aristocracy's coup, you would have came back a hero. But now, your fate is left unknown, and you have a choice. You can either gun it back home for the capital right now with your mothballed, out-of-date expedition fleet, or you can take your time to build up a faction with, modern resources. But it'll take a while to build ships. And aside from that, so I'll be having the player faction ships be the same style as the Loyalist ships, but just a little bit outdated. And then, ideally, I think when I go through and play this on Twitch and YouTube, I would probably keep to that style for myself. Obviously, the player can do whatever they want. I don't care what style they build in. But you start with a sizable fleet? Yeah, I'd say you start with, you probably have, 4 ships remaining by the end. Because let's say you set it with, a standard task group of 6 ships, right? Do you wonder, is there a way to stop late-game steamrolling? There might be. Who knows? Keep in mind, a lot of those cities are going to be on the map. I don't recommend taking them out. Because if you take out those cities, you might have a surprise in store for you. Or building the players with Cello Fleet to counter the experts, literally. Yeah, we're going to have to turn them into a bunch of Torp Cellos. But, yeah, I'm not going to, I don't know. This is going to be a very lore-heavy CC. It's not going to be necessarily a meta CC. I think trying to build meta in this game is boring as hell. So, as you saw with the Ronin, I'm doing most fins for looks, honestly. But, we might do a little silly, a few silly ideas, we'll see. Oh, I'm a sweet little guy today. But yeah, I'm honestly pretty happy with how this map turned out, actually. I guess I need to refine a lot of it, but... Thank you for the care package, Minpa. I will stretch, get out of my shrimp position, and I will take a sip of my coffee. I have chicken shawarma marinating in the fridge right now, and I'm so excited for tonight. Is it making shawarma? This has nothing to do with you guys, chat. I just want you to know that I'm making shawarma. That's gonna be so good. I went into the fridge to check on the marinade, and it smells so fucking good. I did a yogurt base with some ghost pepper hot sauce and some tandoori seasoning. I'm so excited for it. So it's pretty much nothing like shawarma, but it's you know what? Fuck it, we ball. One way I can think of to prevent steamroll and his factions uniting against you once you take the capital. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, I think whoever, so if you take Carfian, which is up in the top left there, so if you snipe Crimson Aristocracy, if you get here and take Carfian, marinade and stuff is the technique of the gods. Oh, I know, it's so good. So I think what we do here is if you take Carfian, let's have Silver Snow, Loyalists, and if somehow you're not War of CA, all attack you. So I think areas 1, 2, and 3 will attack, will be automatically at war with anyone who has that tile. I think that's a good idea, actually. Dwarves and Worldwalkers wouldn't care about it. There's an argument to be made that Worldwalkers would care if you take that capital, because technically it's an old elven city, but I think it's been long enough at this point. It's been 2,000 years, give or take, but I think it's safe to say they don't have a claim to it anymore. At least they don't have the energy to fight that war. What they do have the energy for, though, is they will be attacking you for your 4 islands here, because you did just kill 4 out of 7 of their gods, and they're pissed. So I think within the first 30 minutes of the custom campaign, there will be an event that Worldwalkers declare war on you. I think once the CA gets steamrolled enough, they will realize it's a lost cause and merge with a faction. The thing is, you can't really merge like that. There's no in-game mechanic to merge. Would it be possible to remove the resource zones if you bomb the cities flat? No, but there is something else you can do. I'm going to be stealing some inspiration from SCW there, actually. Actually, I'll look into. I don't think you can remove a resource zone mid-campaign, but if you can, then that's actually a really good idea. But the player will have a vested interest in keeping those cities alive, especially the capital, because the capital dying is a loss condition. If the capital is burnt down, that is a loss condition for the entire campaign. Sneaky stuff, true. I think maybe we'll have a few other major cities too that if they are lost will be a loss condition for the campaign. Like 90% certain you can't? Okay, no worries then. I haven't really gone through the campaign editor aside from the unit spawning. I need to look at the actual mechanics themselves of the editor. This is an SCW mentioned moment. True, it sure is. But yeah, I think my biggest one is that Carthian needs to be standard by the end of the campaign. And I think... I don't have a name for it yet, but there's going to be a city over here that also still needs to be standard. And let's put a northern city up here as well. I think those 3 cities have to be standard and under your control by the end of the game. Not gonna lie, with the new capture mechanics, I fear this could be a lot more difficult than it was. I agree with you. Funny Bonko was still with us, rest in peace. He actually did get unbanned. He can come back to stream now, funnily enough. It's just there's no new demo yet, so I haven't really looked into SCW. What happened to Bonko? He got banned for a bit because he was being silly. He's back now, though. He's busy with uni. Same with Seal Pup. God, I love... I'm not gonna lie, talking about the lore with the music in the background has actually been great. Oh, I thought he went into a permanent hiatus? No, he's fine. He's just been busy. Alright. But yeah, so I think that's definitely some of the loss conditions we can play with. I think that would work well for us. No, there we go. Is there any questions about that, chat? Apparently Warless too. Warless is just busy with uni as well. He pops in occasionally. I wouldn't worry about him. That's the reality of how, life goes sometimes, right? People come and go. I'm not worried about it. Alrighty. Is the old prince still alive? No, he was killed in the coup. Yeah. I take it these are islands the size of Legend of Zelda Wind Waker? Some are bigger, some are smaller. Like, the southeast is massive, for example. It's almost the same size as the large island in the center there. But, maybe this island right here would be, the size of Great Fish Island. And then, over here would be, Offset Island, if you need a comparison. But these are pretty big islands. Just built different? No, he's dead, Arrow. He did not survive. Yeah, I was referring to him being busy with uni. Yeah, it happens. People get busy. Life happens, But everyone strolls in occasionally. It's always nice to see friendly faces. I'm honestly surprised at how many of you are still here from last year. It's been an entire year. That reminds me I should probably work on my CC. Yeah, probably. What's the next update, Cruiser? I want to play it. Where's the next update, Cruiser? I want to play it. But yeah, no, come the summer, I'm sure more people will come back, and we'll see how it goes. It's cool as the new diplomacy mechanics are. They can ruin the lore a bit. Would be funny if the player was forced to join Silver Snow against Karf and they flattened the capital wall. Yeah, I think diplomacy... We'll figure out how to do that, I think. Because I know there's some ways you can circumvent new diplomacy, which is interesting. But, we'll have to see how it goes. Been off and on Twitch in general. Exactly, Vixen. People come and go. It's never a concern here. If people want to come in and chat, I'm so happy. If people have their own lives to live too, that's good. People should live their own lives. Nobody should be on Twitch 24/7. What's the new diplomacy? Oh, they're just talking about how, in FTD there's So the old diplomatic system used to be you could just bribe and insult people to get what you wanted. Now there's like whole like war councils and whatnot. But yeah, that's the only big thing there. Also, I think, okay, let's put a dwarf city. Let's put a dwarf city here. And then obviously we have Tyr Sylvana. Let's say if you take over the dwarf city. Let's say if you take over the dwarf city, Crimson Aristocracy will declare war on you, because now they know you're back. Because keep in mind, the dwarves have been their biggest trade partner. The dwarves don't care who's in control of the human parts of the archipelago. They just want trade. So if the dwarven trade stops, then that's when they go like, oh shit, the Crown Prince survived, and then they declare war on you. And I think that way you can't just like farm the dwarves and the elves for resources. I think that way like it forces conflict. And I think the same would happen if you take out the loyalists. So if you take out any of the free nations in 1 to free section, if you take out the loyalists, the shogunate, or the aristocracy, the other two who are left will declare war on you, if they're not already at war. And if you take out the dwarves, the aristocracy declares war on you. If you take out the elves, nobody gives a shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. Nobody cares about the elves. But because half those islands are like surrounded in mystery anyway. The fact that you managed to kill 4 of their 7 gods was incredible. New diplomacy. New diplomacy could probably use an update. It's had so many updates in Winpaw. Oh, Emperor, it's been like that for the last... It's been like that at least for the last 3 years since I've been back. Should put that on Roar Roasts. What, your campaign? Or just... The next update is... Aww. But because you get a bunch of options, you can end up being with the Striders and Lightning Hoods against TG, more or less something. I've never seen that happen actually. The AI, at least in my experience, tend to be pretty good at keeping themselves allied with their allies. Normally, you would join TG and Striders versus someone, but I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying I haven't ran into that very much. I also don't play campaign that much though. I'm so interested how you get that working. Got which part working? Current diplomacy kind of makes you able to brute force alliances. Interesting, but yeah, I'll probably be using a lot of events to declare war. Are there any underwater dangers, like One Piece seakins or maybe dwarven tunnels that travel undersea? Not that I can think of. I don't have any creatures in this campaign. As fun as it would be to like put different parts of archipelagos, like say like down here or something, and like have like a creature faction, like what Cruiser does for his adventure mode, I probably will avoid that for this first initial bit. White Flares and LH have constantly been at war with each other in my campaigns. Well, they're not necessarily... Have they? That's weird. Because I've always seen like Lightning Hoods and Dwarf Fortress. I saw the F and I was like, Dwarf Fortress. But no, I've always seen White Flares and Lightning Hoods go against Deepwater Guard. It's also been a while since I've played campaign too. Yeah, like, all of us are designers only, let's be honest here. I'll have to try out a campaign sometime, now that I have Deepwater Guard set up for my little Deepwater Guard campaign, and we'll see how it goes. Big stretch. There we go. Wow, we're already at 5 hours. That's incredible. Who should we raid today, chat? If they're still on by the time I'm done yapping, because like I want to find a raid target, but also I want to yap more. I'm having fun yapping. I do see Borderwise online. When was the last time we raided into Borderwise, honestly? Anyway. But yeah, so I think if you take any of the capital cities of one of the 3 major powers, or 3 regional powers, the other 2 will declare war on you because now they know you're alive and you're enemy number 1. Because the moment you get in charge of the capital, or in any of the big cities, you have legitimacy as a claim to the principality. One of these days I need to actually play for a campaign. I know, Corey, we should do a multiplayer campaign together. That would be a fun stream idea. It's just me going like, hey, what happened to the attack on Yanwal? And it's just Corey going, Mine Roastin Stein. But, I think that would just be really funny to have like Corey. It's like the freebooters attack did not manifest on Janwall. It's a small for a VTuber called like Roarston. Oh my god. Get right into that. So true, so true. I love that I am always my top suggested collab. Like if you look at the left bar, if you go like see all suggested collabs, I am always the number 1 on it. It's like, yes, I will collab with myself. I love this Roarston guy. Ooh, Royce is playing Phoenix Wright. Haven't ran it into him in a while. Penny sent. Sorry, I'm just looking at people on the left now. So I got a new idea for the sea scene, which instead of just creatures spawning, it'll also include island and cell, which is cool. I like that idea. The Wheeze. Cell's Wheeze emote is incredible. I need to get a Wheeze emote like that. It's so good. Halfway through Nita currently, but the designer is calling too hard. I know, but it's so hard to like, because every time I get into the campaign, like I'll build something, I'm like, oh, I need like a small patrol craft. Like right now, I need a small patrol craft that isn't a freebooter, that can like quick response force. Obviously, the freebooter is my main like push and like spearhead battalion. I need music. 1 second. What music do we want, chat? Let's do Skyrim music. But I want like a spearhead unit, which is what the freebooter is. I want a cargo ship, which is the tributary. I want a flying stuff, which is gonna be the frigate bird. Frigate bird's gonna be in main campaign as well, but I also want it for myself. Obviously, Shrike and all the Everplanes are like that too. So the designer is a Stom driver for Rarston. Oh my god. Just collab with yourself in the future so you can save some time. True! Yeah, I'll ask my future self, how do I build the custom campaign? They'll know how. Because I'm sure by the time the future comes around, I'll get that done, right? I love the energy of it. I know, it's so good. Like, I need to get one for myself. Yeah, I'm doing a certain style for campaign, but I've also got 2 other styles to build currently. Yeah, it happens. But, honestly, in terms of the custom campaign, I really like the idea of the dynamics we have going here. And again, it doesn't need... I'm not really going to care about balance, honestly. I just want to make good-looking stuff that is fun to fight against an RP with, you know? If someone decides to build, like, Shipbrick 70... Like, you know, Shipbricks 9000, and they beat the campaign in one night, that's fine. They didn't ruin my experience, they ruined their own. You know what I mean? Like... Same with, like, if people just want to rush all the victory points. It's like, sure, go for it, buddy. Like, you're only ruining your own experience. It's not my problem at that point. I've already had the experience of building it, right? Like, I've already had fun with it. And I think that's the thing that's lost in a lot of sandbox games like this. And like, especially with Neater, is that so many people don't play Neater as intended. And then they go, wah, it's too easy, or wah, it's too boring. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I don't know what you want me to do about it. Like, what do you want me to do about it? Like, you played yourself. I think there should be an option to establish a new kingdom if you haven't gone to war long enough, and it'll prevent factions from uniting if you take the capital. I disagree with that heavily. Because even if you go, like, let's say, like, alright, I'm the Crown Prince of Carfion, okay? I go, damn, I can't take the capital, so I establish, let's say I establish Sevron, okay? Because, like, I'm in the south. I then take the capital. The other people aren't going to be like, oh, well, he's not the Crown Prince anymore, I don't care. They're going to be like, oh, shit, he has the capital, jump him. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that, and I don't think you could really establish new factions in the campaign. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it's just one of those things too. But I like the idea of being able to spawn islands because you put an island on a fortress. I think you can spawn it in adventure mode. No, Cruiser, you can probably spawn it in adventure mode. I wonder who says that shit. Well, it's more than just the person you're thinking of. A lot of people in the past have always complained that the game is too easy, and I'm like, okay, well, impose challenges. Like, I find XCOM Enemy Unknown to be incredibly easy. That's why I do challenge runs. It's so much fun. I find Dark Souls and Elden Ring tend to be too easy, so that's why I do, like, you know, certain, like, builds only run. Like, I'm doing a Magma Sword and Magma Whip only run right now in Elden Ring, and it's so much fun. I don't know, I think game difficulty... I think there's a place for, like, you know, hard balance to be coded in. But I also think there's a place where, like... You can't rely on the devs to do all the work for you. It's Pokemon, for example, is a great example. Pokemon is a very easy game. I fucking love Pokemon, so I play Nuzlocke because it makes Pokemon harder. Roar finds everything but random hammer guys to be too easy. True, yeah, I will say, Metal Gear Rising, incredibly easy. I struggled more against some random hammer grunt than I did against Armstrong. But it was still fun for me, you know? And then I found out afterwards of how the parry system works. I would like to point out that I perfected... I did 100% Monsoon. with not knowing how the parry feature works. I would just like to point that out to people. I accidentally got the achievement for getting Monsoon hitless before I knew how parrying worked. Maybe even islands that are floating craft. Yeah, exactly. Like adventure mode islands, there's tons of different ways you can do that. It's dumb the more I think about it. The other option to prevent factions from uniting is probably just taking a lot of casualty that the faction thinks that you will take a ton of time before you can even recover from the devastation. Keep in mind, factions don't... as far as I'm aware, current diplomacy iteration, I don't think factions really unite against you. You join them in their wars. So, or you declare your own war, right? Unless you, like, say all-out war by declining negotiations, you're very rarely going to have a coalition against you. Unless you did get stomped by the Walker. Oh, true, yes, I did struggle on the Walker, you're right. On Armstrong's Metal Gear. But, like, Armstrong himself was, like, very noticeably meant to be a hard difficulty boss, but by that point, I learned how to parry. Yeah, I did. Yeah, the moment he got out of the fucking Metal Gear, I did beat the shit out of him. Which is hilarious to me. I only recently decided I can actually design boats properly so they're impossible to capsize. Based. God, I do want to replay Metal Gear Rise. I want to play through on the hardest difficulty now. It's been long enough where it's like, could I do a no-hit run of Metal Gear Rising? I think I could. That's my toxic trait. I absolutely could. I'd probably get like halfway through and then realize, oh shit. But... so I'm gonna need help with making islands and salvage. Oh, are you poaching more of my builder's cruiser? You did this the other day, that's how you got driver. Can't believe you're poaching more of my my little snoms. My collection of roar chatters. Teach Rosenvat to fix his freebooter. Again, the freebooter, like, it has issues, but I'm already fixing it. I don't worry about it. You're playing with an unfinished version, right? Because I said it's aesthetically how I want it to be, but there's still, like, a lot of stuff needed to be done on it. It works for myself, though. Like, it works in the campaign I want it to, so I'm happy with it. The rebooter? True. God, I am, like, as much as we joke about how many times I rebuilt it, because I had 4 total rebuilds, I will say I'm incredibly happy with the final product on that. It went pretty well. I'm, like, pretty damn happy with it. How many times is the rebooter going to get rebooted? It's been 4 so far, and I think that's the final version I'm on right now. Might redo the secondary turrets just so they fit more of Pathos style, but can't really imagine doing anything past that, you know? I'm tired, boss, freebooter. But Roar, when is the last time they build for you? It doesn't matter the last time they build for me. Did he play more of the MGS series? But I also know it's a substantially different style of play, so I don't know if you like it. Oh, I do. Metal Gear Solid is one of those things I've always wanted to get into. It's just... I'm in a different genre right now, but when I go back to, like, you know, that type of genre, I will gladly play them. So I'll let you know, Connie, when I do play them. Obviously, if you want to take votes on what game I play, Discord is always available for those of you who may not be in there yet. I do do quite a bit of democracy and polls in the Discord for what people want to see. But if I do play Metal Gear Solid, it'll probably be around, like, probably be when I'm back from May. It also depends on whether or not I go back to archaeology or not, because I probably won't have any news on that until after the election. But, yeah, it's just one of those things where we'll figure it out as we go. We play it by ear. Clipped that well? Clipped which part? Me switching the turrets? Or me saying we'll play it by ear? But, yeah. No, I think the freebooter right now, because I want to build other stuff too. The Stomps? Oh, okay, I see. Nice. But yeah, like the big thing with the freebooters, I do want to build other stuff. Like the Privateer, I have a really fun idea for right now. And the Mutineer is also going to be a lot of fun. The Mutineer is going to be the battle cruiser, whereas the freebooter is currently the just a little guy. I don't know how I'm going to make the Mutineer unique though, because like the freebooter is unique because it's all guns forward. The Privateer is unique because it's actually 2 paddle guns in disguise on a Pathos-style ship with a bunch of missiles. The Mutineer, I have no idea how I'm going to make unique. I'll think of something, I'm sure, but it's one of those things where I'm like, no idea what I'm going to do on that yet. Maybe my Mutineer will be the, maybe I will actually... My toxic trait is trying to make Deepwater Guard Tumble Homes work, but maybe that will... Like, the Abactor works. So maybe I will make that finally. We'll see how it goes. Maybe do some missiles, kind of like how the Brigand has it. Because I love the idea of like Deep Water Guard like using old hulls with newer technology. It's actually my one gripe with the Brigand is that it's too the hull is too new. But it is what it is, right? I also really want to get into building White Flare style stuff like the Retaliator, you know? Like, I know Cap doesn't want to rebuild the Retaliator, but like I want to rebuild it. So I'm going to rebuild it anyway. If he doesn't take it, I'll just save it for my White Flare only campaign. Because that's another thing I want to do. I do want to do a faction run through of each campaign. So like Deepwater Guard, Onyx Watch, and Deepwater Guard and Onyx Watch will be easy campaign difficulty. White Flares and actually I think just White Flares will be. No, we'll do White Flares and Lightning Hoods. And TG on the medium difficulty. And then Steel Striders and GT on the hard difficulty, and then SD on the Godwood difficulty, I think. I think that could be a really fun campaign playthrough. How many times is the free going to get rebooted? Again, it's only been 4 times. You guys are blowing it out of proportion. Like, I really have no plans to do any more on it. I want to do other stuff, you know? Because, like I said, it's finally in a place where I'm happy with the hull. Turrets I might just quickly touch up, but touch-ups doesn't count as a rebuild. A rebuild to me is like redoing the entire fin. Which I have done 4 times now. Oh, I'm a sleepy little guy. We're at 5 hours. The Brigand has some newer tech though, so it kind of fits. Radar and Bluetooth on the smokestack, and Angus, for example, God, the fucking Bluetooth smokestack. I gotta tell Pathos to fix that, honestly. The rebooter. Yeah, true. 2030 we'll redo the rebooter for the final time, okay, chat? I'm not gonna say how many times we'll redo it until then, but 2030 will be the last time. Stay tuned. Sorry, one second, I was reading. Alright. I think that might be all for me today, though. Any other questions about the lore before we wrap up here, chat? If not, no worries. I will just wrap up as we do. I do see Tears Planes with someone. But we'll probably... We've not rated into a while. You know, I haven't rated in the Mousy Fuzz in a while, actually. What is she up to today? She is playing a game called Haste. You know what? That seems fun, actually. Yeah, we'll probably go see what she's up to. Very even now I'm gonna sleep. Yeah, no worries, I'm free. Have a good one. There's 5 more years of Roast PT. True, and then in 2030 we shut it all down. I get canceled for I don't know something. We'll figure it out, chat. We'll figure out the lore of how the rise and fall of Roast PT happens. Anyway, as always, chat, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a wonderful day. Will the Roadwalkers have walkers? Maybe if we ever do a land campaign. If we do a land campaign, obviously yes, but if we don't, then probably not. I spelled Mousy Fuzz correctly. Let's go see what Mousy's up to. I haven't rated into her in like a hot minute. It's past midnight, I need some sleep. No worries. Good lore one. Yeah, it was a fun time. Thank you guys for keeping me distracted. I was going to end at like 2.5 hours, but I got an extra 3 hours out of that, so I'm happy. Anyway, tomorrow will be a lesson on... I'll see if it's either flint napping or cartography. Let's do cartography. Let's do a proper map redraw, okay, chat? Cancelled for crimes against the snobs? True, that's absolutely. But yeah, so tomorrow we'll do a proper cartography lesson. I'll teach you guys how to do cartography. We'll do like a nice map, like, you know, like a Here Be Dragon style map, not just like black on white, but like I'll do like a nice paper texture and all that. What else do we have? I'll see if I can get like an ink brush so I can do like a quill style thing. It's cancelled for the snob trade. Oh my god. Thank you for the stream. No worries, Kibble. It was good seeing you. Thank you so much for joining the stream. But yeah, aside from that, that's been me for today, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye. I can turn that off.